Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. I hope you are doing good. I'm flat still today. Hi, Magpie. Hi, Forgetful. Hi, Peter. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I kinda feel bad today, right? I mean, not only am I super duper late, like 1.5 hour late, I think. Oh crap! And then also I had a very stressful morning. A lot of legalities has been discussed this morning. That's why it's like it's kind of a stressful and a sad day today, this morning especially. Yeah, that's why I'm super late as well. I didn't even have time to like inform in Discord what's going on, right? Because it's so sudden. Ever since we finished with the house loan here, and then apparently it's like a very okay. This is a very I don't know. It feels like a very personal matter because this involves around uh my dad and also my dad's shared properties and stuff like that. So with his supposedly friends, right? It's a very personal matter. So they after I think it's I don't know what happened when dad was alive, right? And then like good gone, right? They were really pushy about the properties and they want them back or something like that. I don't know how to explain it, but it's so weird. It's really hard to explain it in English because all the terms I've been listening to was all Chinese. Essentially, was it because dad sold a bit of the properties 股票 what's a 股票 share what is it dividend it okay 鼓励 yeah, something like that. No, is it? No, it's not really dividend. Shareholder value, something like that. It's a lot of like talks of share, how share property is, right? So there are a few properties that is owned by 5 of them, including and dad included, and because dad suddenly passed away, right, a few years back, so a lot of these like properties are like they cannot touch it, right? Like even if there's like 5 people owning that property, but because my dad isn't here anymore, so a lot of properties cannot be like a lot of things cannot be done to that property until these days, right? Well, not really these days. Once we had the letter of administration, so me and my mom is the certified administrator to my dad's property now. So cars, houses, everything that my dad owns. Because we are the administrator now, so we have the rights to sign, to sign, to do with however we want with the properties, right? So those shared properties starts to be very confusing, right? Very confusing. And apparently a lot of things happened between them when dad was still alive. So apparently, I don't know if they are lying or not too, because everything they mentioned is just us not getting any property share fund, something like that, right? So that's why the tension was really high in the lawyer's room this morning, right? It's not in any like official setting. It is kind of official since we're in the lawyer's room, right? but it's not like courtroom. No. It's just inside a room where a lawyer is present, right? Two lawyers actually. Well, one lawyer, one assistant, I think. Yeah, one lawyer, one assistant. So everything was everything was very. I mean, it's the first time me being in those kind of in that kind of situation was very scary and also very bad. It looks like, right, for us, since a lot of the property share value we don't get it because they mentioned that didn't do something to the property. Like there's always like I think Dad signed something with them that loses his share to that particular property, I think. I'm not too sure, but all I know, right, a lot of like bad situations, like a lot of situations that are against us, right, this family. So even if we were to like let out their property, we will not get any. Well, we will get some, but not the original shareholder value, which is I don't know what happened, right? If that's the case, that's the case, right? Whatever, whatever. I know it's going to be a lot of money when it comes to shareholder funds and something like that. That's right? It's the first time me tackling this kind of issue, right? And it's with my dad's, I would say, with the biggest quotation mark friends, right? They were really like everything they said was really against Dad. Ever since Dad's passing, they were really pushy about all these property things. So I guess they are not in good terms? Question mark. Well, some friends, am I right? Time start as a minute to me. Your stream usually start at 11:30 p.m. Oh, that's kind of late. Morning, Uncle. Also, hi, Evie. Yeah, that's why I'm really late today. I'm sorry. Right, I didn't even have the time to actually inform in Discord what's going on. Right. Or PC don't melt. I'll try to put everything to the lowest possible. I'm already using 2D models, so hopefully that's alright, question mark? If my PC... I mean, my PC can sort of play Monster Hunter Wilds. Maybe it can play it on some Girlypop, question mark? I mean, it's not gonna be that intensive, right? I don't know. But yeah, it is a very stressful morning for me. I really hated that moment. Right? Seeing their facade falling off, sort of. Right? Is it facade? No, they're fake masks, right? Like I remember me interacting with them was like good dad, good uncle sort of interaction. And then once when it comes to property shareholder funds money, all mask falls off, right? Are we friends even, right? Those kind of situation. So it's kind, too real, like too real, but it is real and it happened. I don't know. I guess that teaches me to actually trust people so much, I guess. It's okay though, right? If we don't get much, if at all, shareholder funds when it comes to like spreading the property and then linking that property to one people owning, one name or three names, I guess. Three of them wants that shareholder name, right? And wants to kick two of the deceased quote unquote friends out, right? I guess they do that, right? I guess they do that. Whatever, right? it's their problem. I guess it is kind of my problem as well, since me and my mom is now the administrator of the property. Yeah, I don't know, right? It seems they're really dead set on kicking two of the deceased, well, friends with the biggest quotation mark out of the shareholder name. Yeah, so it is what it is. We'll see what's gonna happen after a few weeks of like more discussing, more meeting up in the lawyer's room. Well, hopefully not 2-3 more, right? Today we were there to discuss how we're gonna spread the shareholder fund, and then they really want to not let us have the shareholder name anymore. I don't even know if that's how that works, right? Like, can they even do like just kick us out and then gives us the shareholder fund once or something like that? I'm not too sure how everything works here, right? So this is all really new, all really weird to me. I'm not a lawyer. I never learned these kind of things, right? I'm just a like I'm just a person that learn art and trying to do art on my own and try to even make a living make a living out of it. I took lots of antibiotics and then I had to get today. Belly button infection. Oh shit. Yeah, sounds like we need a lawyer. Although we do have a lawyer standing there explaining a lot of situations. But if they can do that to us and then the lawyer didn't say anything to like object or something like that, I don't know, right? I don't know. Maybe it is a legal procedure, a valid legal procedure, question mark? I don't know, right? Here's the huge problem here is that me and my mom don't know what happened between them when my dad was still alive, right? So here's a big problem. We don't know what happened, if dad tampered with the property or not. As far as I know, no, right? No, but again, it is as far as I know, so I don't know about that, right? But yeah, that's the situation this morning, and yeah, I don't like it when it comes to legalities and stuff like that. Ugh. But I guess it is a first time for everything, right? First time for everything. I'll be fine. I just need to sort of wind this down a little bit. I wanted to do art today, but holy hell. I just don't think my brain can handle any like brain power. That's why I decided to just do Monster Hunter Wilds, because Monster Hunter Wilds doesn't really require brain power, just bonk. I don't know. Don't Stop Girlypop maybe need a little bit, I don't even know. But I'm okay with like trying a demo and then play some Monster Hunter Wilds after. Right? It's totally fine. But for now, we're gonna try out the don't shout Girlypop. From the cover art, is that a mannequin? I think that's a mannequin. I don't know what this game is. I don't know what to expect. You have rockets. You have very pink, very girly shotgun that looks really fucking cool. We have a grappler hook of some sort. I don't know what's going on. Lots of love around. I don't know. Looks like a boomer shooter. You love this. Just go around and enjoy the pink overload. Well, sounds good to me. Alright, let me close this real quick. I'll try to close as much things as possible if game doesn't play well, question mark. Here's what I'm hoping. Game runs on a good 60 while on lower settings, I think. I mean, considering that you mentioned that the game is going to be a little bit more on the intensive side. We'll see. I don't know. It looks like a boomer shooter to me. I enjoy a good boomer shooter game. Or retro FPS, I think that's a better name for it. I'm already getting encoding overloaded on my OBS twice. Whoa. Oh my god. Okay, that's kind of loud. Okay, okay, whoa, okay. Photosensitivity warning. Oh, epilepsy warning. Release the pink. Oh, that's kind of cute. Okay, I like it. You want bass or you want treble? Imagine if I choose Chinese right now. Imagine. Performant? For higher frame rates, missing some visual features, recommended for mobile PCs or GPUs older than RTX 2060. Visually degraded experience. Mine is RTX 1070, I think? More advanced visual features but will run at lower frame rate. Recommended for 2060 or better. Recommended experience. Well, too bad. I can only do performant here. This is just a demo, right? Oh shit. Push your favorite button. What's my favorite button? I never thought about that. My favorite button would be... Oh, I don't know. D, because dragon, I guess. I did it. Oh, what's going on? Is there something happening in the background? Let me check if I can change some, like, sound thing. Game might be on a little bit on the louder side. Let's do 69%, yeah. I would love subtitles. Thank you very much. Graphics. Preset advanced. Ooh, okay. Let's put everything on low. High shadow? Holy shit. Let's do mid. No. Global illumination creates more visually appealing depictions of light by simulating realistic light bounces. That's going to kill my PC, I feel like. Okay, currently everything is on low. Lumen? Screen space? Holy shit. Okay, everything is set to low and nothing, so... Oh. Right, we good. Everything should look good, right? Oh, wait, there's upscaling? Oh, DLSS doesn't work for me. I don't have the GPU that works on DLSS. Oh, too bad. We don't want frame generation here, yeah. Maybe you should turn on VSync and just FPS cap to 60. It's gonna have some screen tear on my end, but I think it's okay. I think that's good enough, right? You don't have DLSS? Yeah, I don't have it. That's why. Okay, let's do a new game. Girl wearing a skirt as a top is easy. Okay, Girlypop and baddie. Ooh, baddie. A skirt as a top, huh? Player speed decay. Animals health. Enemies health, damage, and speed. I guess I'll do normal, right? Girlypop. Yeah. Audio. Oh, okay. That's nice. Is this gonna like? I should. I don't like what's going on. All right, D it is. Oh my god, my PC's dying. Okay. What? Occupation revolutionary. Subject Ember. Favorite pop stars. The Sox Sisters. Assignment. Don't let them take our love. Oh shit. Pink Squad? What's going on? I... Oh shit. Okay, there's a lot of things happening right now.
Are no longer an individual of flesh and blood. You are to be the front lines of the revolution.
It's too much! Don't let him take our planet!
Their oppression is a glass cannon. Brittle. To shatter,
Brittle.
all it takes is a slip. You are the mud underneath their boots. You are the advancement of a self-sustaining cause. The cause of love,
Oh hell yeah.
and empathy.
What's with the...
You are Ember. And you will be their downfall.
So... Oh shit. Oh. Moon power? I'm transforming? Let's go. Oh hell yeah. Oh my god, wait. Help. Am I good?
Okay, Ember. Their leader is just
Wait. Holy shit. It is super duper fast. Let's do like 20%.
ahead. They're
Oh,
calling
good enough.
them Octus.
Alright. I'm so slow, let's go. Don't stop moving forward. Oh, okay. Great shot. Speed boost, wave pop. Oh my god, what's going on?
Watch out for these damn robots, Ember! They're killing us out here! Your only shot at getting some damage off of the big guy, okay? Get in there and make it count! Pink Squad, move out!
It's an enemy? The wind will guide you to your objective. Can I shoot them? Can I not shoot them? Am I really that bad of a shot? I guess I am. Oh shit. I could aim. What's the countdown?
They're starting to unload the big drills, doll! We can't give up the ecosystem! I wish we could help you with the boss, but you know we can't pack the kind of punch you do! Give him your all! Rena, on me! Let's move!
I couldn't press F and D at the same time. I should get close since I have a shotgun. Yeah, since I have a shotgun, I'll get close right now. This is your damage multiplier. Moving quickly increase the multiplier, meaning more damage and more accuracy. Oh, okay. Your dress up system are offline. Ooh, I get this dress up? Yo, let's go. Drag fabrics then colors onto your arms. Plain Jane, camo, flannel, denim. Scaly pen, of course. Well, I can see shit, so... Ooh. Oh, hell yeah. Now we're talking. Oh wait, there's one more. Wait, maybe we need purple here. Pink here. Any, like... Maybe green? I mean, my eyes are green. Oh, wait, why does that look so cool? Oh. Oh, ooh, okay, then this goes pink then. Oh wait, no, green looks good. Oh, that's the... Oh, okay. Oh, there's more than that. Green up, green up. Green it up. Is this dude meets Barbie, basically? Looks about right. Okay, only the arms? Oh. F2? Oh! Toy shark? Wait. I need to shove as much shark as possible here. Oh. Can I rotate this? Oh, I can. Okay. Then I guess I'm just gonna add toy sharks here. Hi Nexus, isn't also hi Metal. Oh hell yeah! You gave me customization. Oh god. Of course I'm gonna customize to my heart's content. It's really hard to shove sharks. Can I change the shark color? Oh. Wee. So I guess it only changes the gun. Fair enough, fair enough. Rhinestone. Uh-oh. Oh, I can only turn it like that. It's on top of the UI, no? That's how you know. That's how you know it's a good game. When the customization part is on top of the UI, you know we're having something good. Oh, why is it looking that way? I like it. Don't worry, I'll be quick, I think. Here, rotate the sharks? Not that I know of. Oh! Mouse wheel. Oh, the potential is endless, holy shit. Oh. Hell yeah. Oh, 1 pixel is all we need. I should be able to shove one more here, I feel like. Maybe not. A lot of people are playing Gunfire Reborn today. Wonder what's going on. Wonder what's happening. Oh, this is so good. I love the sharks. Can I shove one there, I think? Here, right? I think I tried. Yeah, no. This is not the game, just customizing crap. I love it. People think that this is a meh kind of thing, but to me, I love customizing shit. Cool guns? Hell yeah. I can customize the guns? Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, they kiss now. Very nice. Yeah, I should make them kiss. Oh crap, I didn't think about that. I'm gonna delete this. Fanboy Fox, hi. Are those... That's the shark name, right? Bro, hi? I thought I had lots of sharks. I want to own this many sharks plushies as well. Even better when it's a dragon. Oh, why is this so bright? Alright, we good. We have our gun now. Very, very nice. It's beautiful. Heck yeah. I mean, I should be able to shove one. Yeah. No more? Oh, you know. I mean, that's pretty good, I think. I've got 16 of them in different colors and sizes. Oh my god. I want dragon plushies. They're so rare. Like most of the dragon plushies just looks like the, you know, like those store-bought ones. Alright, we have our gun now. Very nice. Oh! This is speed tiers. By traveling to the maximum speed tier. Oh! Ow. Uh-oh.
So, you are to be the chosen champion of the fairies. You're, well, bigger than I'd expected.
What the hell?
I mean, no offense, my dear, but I simply must get this over with quickly. So give up!
You're so polite, though.
Every moment I wait is another moment not extracting valuable love from this planet. A moment wasted. Relinquish your planet to Tigris Nix now, or know my wrath!
Ooh.
Planet's not for sale, ding dong. Better leave before things get messy.
If this is your choice, I will make it swift.
Alright, Ember, this is what you've been training for. Let's bring out the performance enhancers.
Get this party started. Let's go. Oh. Is that a developer? Hell yeah.
company asset. Your punishment will be death.
Isn't that a punishment? I thought punishment. I thought usually when it comes to like punishment, they'll be worse than death.
Retellings of this day.
Ember! No!
What happened?
Predictable.
What happened?
They all fall in the end.
What happened? Did I need to do anything just now? Is that a demo? I mean, that would be funny if that's a demo. Oh, hell yeah. This gives me Ultra Kill vibes.
Ember, you're back? I'm back.
I'm back.
I'm reconnecting to the network now. Ember, it's been 5 years. The invasion, what happened? Are the fairies okay? We need to get a move on and figure out what is happening. All the suit systems are in critical condition. It's gonna take me a while to rebuild their functionality. Remember, Ember, just don't stop moving, and we might make it out of here in one piece.
I'll try. Your suit system is critical condition. A dual vote can only repair them one at a time. You need to master the wave hopping manually. Oh. By jumping the right timing, I think. Pull object, throw object. Yeah, that's a wave hop, okay. It is kind of Ultra Kill vibe, no?
Sorry, I can't. Right now.
Got him. Ooh, okay.
Put your hand on the deck. In a model swap. Sorry, I can't talk. Sorry, I can't. I'm moving forward with my hand on my hip. Sorry, I can't talk. Sorry, I can't talk. My eyes are gleaming, my teeth are big, and I'm flying high.
I like this weapon. I mean, weapon with the biggest quotation mark, I guess. Movement reminds me of Neon White. It's very floating. Yeah, it is very floaty. Which is also like Ultra Kill, I think. I think Ultra Kill is also very floaty. I guess a big inspiration taken from Ultra Kill, I think. Very cool. I want to see what's here.
That's so cute, you're trying again. But I'm on a really big mission, and I need all hands on deck. So, put your hands on the deck or get out of my way.
What's here? Here echoes?
Code green! Code green! Ember is down!
Say again, soldier.
Ember is down!
Confirming. Ember is down?
Confirmed, HQ. That's correct.
Oh.
We need to pull our people back.
Are you sure?
We can't win this alone, HQ. I'm the only one left from Pink Squad.
So what? We just concede the Oasis?
We're not conceding anything, HQ. We need to live to fight another day. We need to pull our people back.
Are you sure?
I'm not sure of anything right now, HQ.
What?
Give the order.
Copy that, Commander. This is a message to all soldiers on the front line. We need you all to pull back now. Retreat to home base and await further orders.
Damn, okay. And then what's this? Sorry, I can talk. When I first saw him play, I'm like, this is a game, this is a Tira game for sure. Can I get this gun? Oh, my shotgun is back. Mega multi-portal. Shotgun secret A. Shot mega will not do damage. They will do damage on its own. To activate the portal, press to shoot projectile into it. Oh. Hell yeah. Bubble good. Mantis? Dash into a crackle to end level. Oh, that's what the thing is. Never played a lot of Ultra Kill, but the missing art style vaguely remind me of Neon White as well. Seems like something that's definitely gonna have a lot of speedrun stuff and skips. Yeah, definitely. Percent time and max speed tier 40%, and that's S. Oh, I'm slow. I was listening to the thing, right? So maybe that's why I'm slow. Maybe that doesn't count out, no? I love Ultra Kill. I really love Ultra Kill. And then now there's this. Oh no. It's so trippy though.
Attention, my Ormic. Revolution scum have breached the containment zone. Asset Indigo has escaped its restraint. I repeat, Ember is on the loose.
I'm Ember.
Your prime directive is to recapture the asset at all costs. I cannot have you idiot robots screwing this all up for me again. Shoot to kill.
Okay, actually, I think the game can be louder, right? I think the game can be louder. I'll put it at 80% then. Shoot to kill. I think the game could be a little bit louder. Right, here we go. This is your radar. Each pit represents the position of an enemy in relation to you. Use it to track them down. How about these kind of things? Oh! Oh, it's literally on the map. Okay. It's funny how the reload takes a long time. got him. Love catcher repair. Damage enemy creates the enemy creates damaging enemy creates the love. Or creates the love. Oh, creates. Pick up the love to do additional damage. Slam bounce. Controls the slam. Slamming increase speed. Slamming is complete. It activates your first jump in the automatic hop. What? Oh, okay, okay. So once I slam, it doesn't give wave jump, I think. I can shoot. I can shoot my own portal. Ooh. I like the portal thing. This is really good. Is it 2 doors? Oh wait, that's the way back. Perform a slam, jump, and dash in succession. Sorry, what? Slam and dash? In quick succession? How do you do that? I mean, I have to hold W. How do I press Control and Shift in quick succession? Yeah. I guess? I didn't hear what you were saying. For the revolution. No, there's no wall jump. Am I missing something? I mean, what if I just, like, don't press W? Okay, it's not gonna do anything. Whoa. I think there might be a secret, question mark. I have 2 dashes. Okay, I have 2 dashes. And I'm not too sure, question mark. Maybe I missed. What? The train is coming to outrun you. Will have to wave hop, control space shift. Sorry, what? I went the wrong way. Control spaceship. Okay. Go spaceship. Go spaceship. Go spaceship. Oh shit. I mean, the game helped me, hell yeah. I mean, it sounds kind of stupid, but I would love to do it on my own, honestly. But then again, that's just me nitpicking. Revolution. Did I just hit myself? Question mark? Percent time it makes speed tier 99% S plus? This 800 love. Oh wait, I got 1,000. I got 1,000. Something about might have to outrun a train and wave hop? Hmm. So I can keep doing wave hop. Control shift space is a thing. I don't need to do it in like really quick succession. In okay succession, I think. But yeah, honestly, that train section, I would love to do it on my own instead of having that rhythm mini game. It is cool, right? It's good for like first timers, but after the first time, maybe doing it on my own would be really fun. Enemy frequency.
You stupid robots!
Oh.
Do your job!
Oh.
I cannot have a revolution liability actively zipping around, screwing up the integrity of our well-oiled and highly profitable mining operation.
Oh.
Asset Indigo is armed and highly dangerous to shareholder value. Capture the asset now!
For the money? Training day. Ember is crazy.
Those trains are full of crushed up love, Ember. Looks like since we've been gone, Tigris Nix has upped their drilling capacity significantly. They're still using the love as fuel for their Ormic robots. Lucky for us, your suit also still runs on love. If you can get me close enough to one of them just after they explode, I can use the love to supercharge your weapons.
Oh, I guess I'm supposed to go there. Wait, I forgot. Control space. Control shift space. Hell yeah. I feel there's something to do with the with the PCs, but maybe not. Oh nah. And these highlight green means they're stunned. Steve will quickly kill them. Extra love flash speed boost. See? Oh man. I guess. Do I even have that mouse button at the side? I think I do. I do, but it's so weird to press it. I hate it. Okay, see this.
Remember, your sword cuts deeper than bullets. That means more love and an extra speed boost to boot.
Oh, okay, I shoot it once. If it hits, I have to see immediately. Oh, they got trained. I'm probably not gonna look for secrets for now. Maybe I can outrun the train there. Maybe not, it doesn't look like it leads to anything. Uh-oh. V to reflect projectiles back to enemy. Okay, now there's too many buttons now. So we have control space shift is a thing. C is quick kill. V is to parry. Oh, shine and then shoot. What? Nah. My thumb is gonna be so tired. Do it again. I dare you. Bitch. New gun? Bubble gun! Create explosive bubbles, automatic fire. Oh shit. Ooh. Oh, I think it's because I'm on low quality, so there's no explosion going on. Oh, I said acid. I kinda love this game now. Oh no. Ooh, nice tiger print. Oh, clothes, whatever. Ow. Ow. Got him. Hi, Green. Looks like someone took a highlighter package and turned it into a game. Maybe? Oh, secret, maybe? Oh. That no secret. Oh, one secret? The gameplay is gonna get wild, I feel like. That bubble gun, kinda like how fast it shoots. But then the shotgun packs a punch, I love that more. And then the portal, the mega portal thing is just so good. More enemy frequency.
I know you are listening on this channel, Imber.
Uh-huh.
While I appreciate your efforts in grinding my low-level staff to paste, it would be wise to turn back now, lest you face a painfully unhurried death. I do know how much you hate to be slowed down.
How much I like this, how much I don't like to get slowed down? Pyrotechnics 101? Okay. Are we playing with fireworks now? What? Did I just grab that bubble? I just grabbed that bubble. What the heck? Can I do more control space shift trick? For the revolution! Got him. Oh, I kind of feeling it now. Locust? Oh, I don't know how scary that looks. Oh, my thumb is not enough. There we go. Nice. Oh, I'm kind of feeling it now. I'm feeling it. I came from here, right? Yeah, I came from here. Nice, my first ass. Wait, I already did more than I did fast in 4 minutes, but I thought I didn't do it. I thought I missed something in the map and I just went back. I was fast, holy shit. I love how the game says push my favorite button. It's always D for dragon, not dick. After escaping from Tigris Nix's underwater containment zone, Ember arrives on the surface of... After destroying critical rail infrastructure and disabling the mine rail network, Ember finds themselves stuck in an endless labyrinthian mineshaft. Oh no! The bitrate, it's gone!
You think this is funny?
Yeah.
Going around and wrecking all my stuff?
Kinda.
Do you have any idea how much shareholder value you just destroyed?
You know how funny it is that I just discussed about this in the morning?
Will have your head!
I love the voice actor so much, holy shit. Oh my god, that was perfect. I want the shotgun. Wait. Oh. How can I forget? I'll make them smooch. Oh my god, they're smooching! Oh, wait, it's separated? Question mark? Was that the phone ringing? Or was that just the music? Well, I'm gonna be here for a bit. Second? Oh, I was like, what does it? What does it fit anywhere? The song is so sad though. Huh, no purple. Navy with shark? Fish snake, do not fish the snake. Oh, bait snake. Oh, oh. Yeah, let's put shark on the trigger. Why not? Oh. Oh my god, this one is so bright. Smooching sharks? Wow. I think that ringing is from the music actually. It's closer if I have an angle like this. Weird. Alright. Oh, I thought I could maybe shove one shark and then... Okay. This part I think... Uh-oh. All the shark has to face forward. Hi Lens, thought you were gonna gunfire? I was genuinely disappointed when there's no, like, scaly characters. That's why I'm not that interested in gunfire. Like, what, the new characters are Meow Meow and Adur? Why the Bruahai? It's okay, it's just sharks. Hi, Solo. I'm listening. I'm down to last 8 and then some monster to go. Ooh, okay. The line is basically JoJo. Yeah. I'm too upset. There's no scaly characters. Maybe a little slightly tricky one. It's okay. You got this. I believe in Solo. Oh. Nice. Not as bad as Wormling. No, we can choose. No, Wormling is the best. What do you mean? No bias, 100%. Why they have to make that one dragon bad? I know, right? Maybe it's not bad. Alright, I think I'm almost done with my customization. Oh. Well, I think that's all the bride that I can have. On the gun.
Yep.
This is my bubble gun. This is my... Oh, even magic one? Magic one has to be magenta. Oh, look at that. I don't know why it's being put like that. Hi, Fluffy. Did you saw? Yeah, I saw a green flash just a little bit. I can put them at individual sticks. Oh my god, crazy. I think the developer added the toy shark just for me. So that the combo can do something stupid like this. Okojo kinda cute? Okojo is always cute, no? Considering that Okojo is a kobold. No bias at all. I saw green flashes. There we go. It's kinda hard to show off more sharks and at the tip with the magic one. Hell yeah. I just saw green flashes. Oh, hell yeah. Nice. I'm just trying to shop as much shark as possible. If you're done that burn summon run as suggested yet, by the way, I haven't played Etomancer in a long time actually. Like, the game... The game feels only alright to me after playing it for a bit. And then I've been playing the other games lately. Yep, heckin', yep. Why you? Why is that shark like that? I want to make it as weird as possible then. This one is so perfect. You should for one big reason. The burn specific summon is hacking the Dorps. The burn specific summon? So I have to play Amit? I mean, Amit is summon. Who else? Amit Sphinx? And Wormling? No, Wormling is not summon. I don't remember anymore. There, there's my shotgun, my bubble gun, and my magic one. Perfect. Right, we good. Why? What? Oh. Tamagotchi?
Bet you wanna know how to get out of here, huh? Not a problem. All you need to do is blow a nice big hole in one of them here's walls. Now, to be frank, well, my government name is Tommy. To be frank, but if you would let me be frank for just a second, I can help you with that. All you gotta do is feed me some of that sweet, sweet love, and I can rip those fangs a new one. One more thing. Keep the love coming, would you? Without a stable intake, I'm liable to explode.
Explode. Tommy, aren't you Frank? I mean, Tommy is around, he must be fed with love by defeating enemies with sharp explosion power. Don't his time around now or he will explode early, killing you. Charge on so he can explode. Tommy uses explosion is the only way to escape the caves. Okay. I'm stuck. Alright, shotgun more. Oh my god, he said the name! Here, let me be frank in a moment. Just to check, you do get the joke, right? I mean, he wants to be frank, right? Since his legal name is Tommy, but he just wants to be frank for this time. I think that's it. Oh my god, he said the thing again! I love the little dino on the left. Not quite mildly common name. I can right click. Ooh, shotgun is too good. What happened? Nice. Scrumptious. Oh my god, I couldn't shoot the thing. There we go. Oh god, my PC. Hell yeah. For the revolution. Do it again. Got him. Oh, I'm feeling it. This is fun as hell. Holy shit. Yeah, Ultra Cube but pink, exactly. But it feels a tad bit easier than Ultra Kill. That's so fucked up.
So long, Tommy.
Bye,
Glad I could
Tommy.
get that moment together. I did back up his OS though before we lost him.
Oh, hell yeah.
Thing is, I've never seen code like this before. I have no idea what you could even run this on.
The scream with the explosion is so fucked up. I'm taking my sweet time. I'm sure it's at least partially because of the Blowhigh Legion, but the screen does seem very busy. I guess Ultra Kill is also like that. Blood splatter everywhere. Demo complete. What? That's it? Hiya. Not even a boss fight? I mean, I guess technically there was a boss fight somewhere, question mark? No, fuck, I want more. Oh, man. The weapons and UI are a lot less obvious in Ultra Kill, I feel. Maybe. Because of the art style, I guess. Because Ultra Kill goes for like the simplistic pixelated feel. This one goes for like full 3D, which is kinda hard to make it look clean, right? I get it. I'm looking at... Yeah, I loved it. Here, let's go to the store page. Did I wishlist it? No, right? There. Okay. There's already reviews? Holy, the amount of reviews on a demo? It is a little bit more on the intensive side, so I hope maybe they can optimize the game a little bit more, right? If they can optimize the game more, it will be so fucking good, right? It will be so fucking good. The bad one? Movement shooter itch I'm looking for? Maybe. No, there's no full version out yet. Y2 killer style? Spread the love. The don't stop moving is pretty cool, honestly. Don't stop moving to keep the accuracy up and the health up, and the chances of getting hit is low is super duper great, I think. Right, gives you more incentive to just move around, right? Move around and get tankier. It'll be hard to aim properly, but once you're at like 15 times movement perk or something like that, the multiplier, the accuracy is just like, you notice how the shotgun, right? The shotgun, I can fucking kill something from 10 miles away. It feels like 100 bullet just shoots at one point. 100 bullets shoots at one point, you'd realize how strong that shit is, right? So yeah, I love the shotgun. I hope they don't change that, honestly. That is what makes shotguns so fucking fun. So yeah, I'm very excited for this. And sorry for the screen flashes, right? Which this is? It's an Australia game, made with support from Screen Australia. Oh, I can do a level select. Oh, they're just gonna skip to this one. Oh, yeah, no boss fight here as well. Feels like getting S is too easy. I'm pretty sure there's gonna be something more than S here, right? Considering if it's something like Ultra Kill, there's going to be like the mega rank. mega rank. Don't know what it is, but yeah, this is fun as hell. Loved it. Wonder if I can preset it to performance, right? If I preset it to performance, it's gonna here, right? They got high texture, and then the rest is just low. I wanna see if my PC can handle this. To be fair, early P ranks aren't that hard. Yeah, early P ranks. I can do early P ranks. I did a few until the sand map, right? That sand map 4-2, I think. 4-2, I just couldn't do it at all. And then I just stopped getting the P ranks and just instead enjoy the game, right? I want to see how my glove looks like. You're way further into it than you? Oh, I didn't think about that. Oh yeah, that texture looks really good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that looks way better. Nothing beats a scaly pen. Wee. Oh wait, even that? Oh shit. Uh-oh. Feels like this way. Feels this Tunica. What? Oh, there's more? Wee, there's more. Okay. Uh-oh. The UV. Uh-oh. Yeah, I get it. UV is really hard to make it look seamless. Very difficult. Where the S rank just takes the basic things right, whereas later on you start having to learn game specific. Yeah. And then you have to really be perfect on something, which makes it even harder. Oh, that's weird. There we go. Honestly, these is so good. Oh yeah, there's no slam yet. Got him. Hey, clean. We don't need to go here. This is the lore. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
But just know that I may or may not get back to you. I'm really, really busy.
There we go. Shine on. Dash into the crack to air. Oh yeah. There we go. S plus. I guess Ultra Kill helped me with all the movement inputs and stuff like that. It definitely helps. Right, we can skip this. It's all good. The radar doesn't really do anything after a while. Maybe it helps after. Maybe it will implement more with the radar system. For the revolution. There we go, we have slam now. Open the door.
Okay, I scanned the blueprints of this place, Ember. The only way out is through a railway service door. You might have to outrun a train. You remember how to wave hop, right?
Oh, she says you have to outrun the train. Moving fast, shooting fast. Got him. Hi, Horse Dragon. Girly game for the girly kobold? Heck yeah. A girly game but fun as hell. Oh, so I think to get S plus, I have to really be really fast with the kills, right? I'm sort of like playing through the game again, and then I'll go to Monster Hunter Wilds to farm a little bit of that thing. Also, hope Horse Dragon is doing good. Welcome in.
Those trains are full of crushed up love, Ember. Looks like since we've been gone, Tigris Nix has upped their drilling capacity significantly. They're still using the love as fuel for their Ormic robot. Lucky for us, your suit also still runs on love. If you can get me close enough to one of them just after they explode, I can use the love to supercharge your weapons.
Supercharging my weapons? I didn't even listen to you. Oh.
Remember, your sword cuts deeper than bullets. That means more love and an extra speed boost to boot.
Got him. Doing alright, kinda wanna play some more Pokemon games soon? Heck yeah. The Sailor Monster game? Monster Hunter is really heckin' fun. I'll just keep. Got him. Hey, Ricky. Oh my god, inspired. Oh, I came from here. Oh. Uh-oh. Hi, Cobble Girl. Look how good shotgun is, it's crazy. Thanks for the raid, Cobble Girl. Give me a second, let me do this real quick. Oh no! Oh yeah, I need to find the secrets to get the S. It's okay, we got S plus on everything else. Cobalt Raid, thank you. What were you doing? Left 4 Dead? Ooh, I haven't played that game in a long time. No, I hope Left 4 Dead was heckin' a good time. I know for a fact that Left 4 Dead is fun as heck. Also, welcome in Raiders. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love Dragons to Bits. I love Dragon Bits, and I do art sometimes. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. I'm trying out Don't Stop Girlypop. I already did all the stages in this game. I kind of want to play it again. Stream, but something bad happened. Now we're in the manhunt in the way. Oh, that's kind of scary? Question mark. I hope everything is fine. Long range shotgun, hell yeah. and get slammed. Oh wait, I came from here. I'm stupid. Got him. Locust. For the revolution. Got him. Sorry, I'll read the chat after. S plus. Let's go. No, it's fine. Yep. A random throwaway to my Discord server user bought to spam the P when we got their account banned on Discord. Yeah, it's Discord. Ugh. And that's why I sort of have this, like, you know, people need to identify themselves on Twitch before they can post anything in my Discord. It wasn't, but we're planning on increasing the security on the Discord server. Sounds good, sounds good. Heck yeah, heck yeah. I'm sorry that it happened. Trolls hate them. But yeah. But I'm glad to know that everything is fine now, at least. Now I skip this one. One more stage. Alright, this is the bitrate crusher. Skip this one as well. Yeah, no, that's not even like troll, that's just like straight up sabotaging. It's not even funny. I love Tommy. I skipped this one. Friend made Tommy? Heck yeah. Got him. If I shoot at the side, they're gonna get staggered, question mark? I think that was what's happened. So I just don't know, I guess some people hate furries, so it makes sense. I guess. So unfortunate too. I mean, I get there are some like shitty ass furries out there. Like sometimes as a furry, I fucking hate them. I don't miss you here. Oh my god. We fed Tommy.
So long, Tommy. Thought I'd give you that moment together.
Yeah.
I did back up his OS though before we lost him. Thing is, I've never seen code like this before. I have no idea what you could even run this on.
Oh, I was too slow with the killing. Upsetting when people think of furries in general though. They get lumped in the very worst of the community. Yeah, like there's some fucked up, right? Like the thing is with furry community, it's all good and well, right? But then it's like the minority of those fucked up, absolutely degenerate of the few furries out there is they just speak the loudest. That's what makes the furry community so bad. And then of course people who lives in the internet, just going to be like, oh, those were the loudest one, we're gonna hate them, right? Whoever they are, if they are furry, we hate them. So it just creates this unfortunate hatred towards the furry community, right? It's like, it's unfortunate. What can we do though? Got some A, got some S, very nice. Also, hi Selic. Majority are lumped with Mercedes. Mercedes is like... Mercedes to me personally is okay, right? What I'm not okay, absolutely not okay, is the extremists, right? Those who identify themselves as a certain World War II villain worshipper, the N, right? The N word, I don't want to say it. And then also the PDF files, right? Like, those are the most degenerates of the degenerates. And then those people are like the loudest. And it's so sad, honestly. Right? It's so sad. And then because those people were the loudest, and then us, like, the quiet ones who just want to enjoy being a furry or something like that, gets lumped together. And guess what happens? Right? It's an unfortunate situation in general, right? Gonna enjoy Girlypop, gonna lurk and spend time with partner Fox. Of course. Thanks for recommending the game to me. Have good time with partner Evie. Alright, let's play some Monster Hunter Wilds. You really wanna call it quits, girl? No. Yeah. Girl, no. Game's good. You know how good it is? Like, the game has customizations as well? Dang. I love me some customization. Customization good. Update? No? No issue? Displaying certain particle gear parts results in a game crash. Holy. Well, update the game now. We're so the go-to community of the internet to bully. At least some people aren't. Oh my god. Not me. I hate that shit. But yeah, it's just unfortunate in general. What can we do? It's the internet. Right, I need to close some things here. Okay, so no closed caption for now. And then I'm going to use lossless scaling as well. I wanna farm some Omega planets. Omega Planet Savage. I wanna farm. I can do it solo with NPC, so hell yeah. The support hunters are so good in the game, honestly. Makes the hunt super easy as well. Well, not the Savage. Savage is still kind of hard, but manageable solo. Not true solo though. I cannot do that. Yeah, good old Munster Hunty. Hi, Nature Dragon. Oh my god, Dragon. Have you guys seen? I don't know if you guys played this light, but this light currently has an ongoing event that has this character. Yo, yo, Dragon. Oh my god. Although currently this character is not like playable, it's just a story character. I wish with my entire being that this will be a playable character in this night. Like, dang, right? Gosh diggy dang. So yeah. Very, very nice. Very, very hot takam. Oh. It's also why I've been playing this light as well. Because of that character. This light. It's spelled like that. It's a phone game and it's a turn-based gacha game, sadly. It's the only gacha game that I can tolerate, honestly. I used to play a few gacha games. I played World Flipper. I played Dragalia Lost. Sadly, the game is gone now because of fuck Nintendo. We have, I think I only played those two, right? Dragalia Lost and World Flipper. I don't think I played much of the gacha games, like to draw characters out and then build a team to do something, right? Build a team to maybe go through some stages and something like that. No, right? I guess only these games, this like World Flipper and Dragalia Lost. Man, like speaking of Dragalia Lost though, it's such a shame too. Game is fun as hell, story is good as hell, gameplay is good as hell, and the dragons are hot as fuck, right? In the game, Dragalia Lost, like holy shit. I'm sure there are some private servers out there, but it just hits different, right? It just hits different, I feel like. It's so unfortunate too. It looks like Nintendo is sort of discarding the IP after the game is done, right? The Dragalia Lost IP. It's so sad. Like, the game is so good. There's so many hot dragons in there. Holy shit. Like, I was eating too as a kobold, right? Every time I open up the game, I open up Dragalia Lost, and then I get to go to the dragon's castle, and I get to meet all sorts of dragons over there. You know, you can talk to them, you can feed them, you can play with them actually, right? You can like gameplay wise, it's a one-handed control character attacking and then skills and force strikes and something like that, right? It's a simple control scheme, but it makes the game fun still, right? It is a phone game, I get that. Anyways, game fun. Too bad the game is gone now. We need more games with dragons and playable dragons as well. Like shit, not enough of that in the entire universe. Also, I need to change the title. I forgot. Alright, let me do that real quick. Why is my PC dying? Oh, I guess I'm there, so I just changed the category. Done. Putting down the dragon. Sadly, it's nothing lewd with the game. Nothing like that. If there's loot involved with the game, I'm gonna play it more, I think. Let's play on windowed. It's gonna be a little bit sharper. I think that's it. Everything at the lowest possible. I also have lossless scaling running, so yeah. Volume wise, I think I'm gonna turn down a little bit. Make it 69? I think 75 is good. Yeah, 75. Alright, let's do some farming. See, the thing is, I fought a few Omega planets, and I can defeat it with ease now, right? With support hunters. I defeated a few, and I still cannot get that nodule, that shiny little thing that I cannot get. So sad, really. Oh yeah, there's the event going on. Right. There's the Halloween event. I should use more lucky vouchers. Also look at my Maltino. My Maltino looks so cool. I've been trying to like wear different outfits for this one feels a little bit too bulky. Oh, I can just straight up be Mizu, why not? You know, I do miss being Mizu. Oh yeah, that removes the tail for Mizu, I forgot. Mizu has to be a full set. There. Now we have tile. We're still in the base game? Yeah. Never going to happen though. Imagine. Holy shit. Oh wait, I could be Narga as well, I forgot. Ooh, yeah, I forgot about Narga, holy shit. Yeah, let's be Narga, let's be Narga. Meal, 38 minutes, we good. So, I've been playing Hunting Horn against Omega Planets, and it's been real nice, right? I can kill Omega Planets relatively easily with Hunting Horn. Since I can constantly heal, I can just not die. Feels nice. I'm also running Numinous Crown set so that I can have that super recovery along with recovery speed so that I don't die even if I got frozen. chances of survival is high as well. So yeah, it's really nice. Also have item prolonger for the secret charm here. Level 3 item prolonger, level 3 eva extender. Just so that I can not die. Oh. Shin! Oh my goodness! Guys, look at Narga. Dark Spiral, the evil master. I didn't know Spiral is evil.
Hello.
Thanks for the follow though. Hi.
And
They took Shin's jello. Oh god. That bloody commercial. You're welcome. Hi Shin. Hi Phoebe. Terry J Pendragon. Hello. Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Oh, thank you, Evie. Fort Fusion Husky. Welcome. Laika H True Blood. Oh, I never heard of the game. I hope it was fun. Thanks for the ration. Also, welcome in everyone. I'm Tilra. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love finding games. I love Dragon Stupids. I love Dragon Bits. And I do art sometimes. Welcome. Was great fun. How be you? I was playing Don't Stop Girlypop. It was fun as heck. And then after finishing the demo, now I'm here playing some Monster Hunter Wilds. It was really good time. Although I had a stressful morning, but that's a past. It's all good.
And welcome.
Thanks for the follow as well, Ford Fusion Husky. With an A. Is that Pocket? Oh shit, nice. That is Pocket. You know, this might be controversial, but I do miss Pocket being a dragon before. No bias. Okay, maybe there's a little bit of bias. Because I'm a kobold, right? Fort farts loud and wide. Oh shit. Farts? Also, I'm farming a little bit of... farming a little bit of Omega... Omega Planet Savage here. Kinda scary. Imagine farting loud and wide. Feels like doctor's gonna get involved. Because I feel the butthole is gonna be painful, no? No? I feel it's gonna hurt, no? Sorry. Well, still, hope you are having a good time, yeah? But of course, if any of you need some, you know, post-stream care, get some rest, get some food, get some drink, definitely go do them. Very important. I think that's pretty much it. Unless I want to eat some wild jerky. What's my meal? I think my meal is sizzling chili. If my meal is sizzling chili, which I already forgot, then we good. You know what? It's all good. It's okay, it's a professional. Oh, thank goodness. Then we good, we good. Alright, let's go fight some Omega Planet Savage. I think I can win quite consistently with this one. Also farm some charms, why not, right? There's a cutscene, we're gonna watch it once. And then I'm gonna skip the rest. Although I still don't like the fact that it's a spider, but not a Tekken. Oh yeah, do tell me if the game is too loud. I feel the game should be fine here. Angry Spooder. Now you invite me to a meal? Oh, I hate them sometimes. Sorry, chicken. nice sizzling meal. Yeah, I do. Okay, we good. Alright, here we go. I love Olivia. No, I want to do it. Got him. Okay, we good. Oh, I'm dead. That was fast. It's okay. It happens. I was only trying to get above. It's okay. No, my entire team got buffed. Look at my Lucky Arcus kitty. Don't get fisted. I did. Go chicken. That was a little bit too late. I'm stunned again. Oh no. I'm so bad. This is so funny. Alright, thank you for not killing me. Sorry, chicken. I just hit it real quick. My echo bubble is doing damage. Oh, Alexa has the CCTV. I'm dead. Ay, 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 ay. Oh, lucky. Unlucky. Oh, lucky, unlucky at the same time. Let's go, chicken. I got this. Oh, too late. I cannot get the timing down, honestly. Oh. Ow! Why am I getting bullied? Alright, let me try to get the end and try to get the CCTV for a bit. Nope. Nice. I love it. Evade extender is too good. Oh, is Alyssa dead? Uh-oh. Wait, that's not gonna hit me. Ow! I don't like this move. I'm stunned in the flames. I don't like that move. Yeah, that's the only move that can kill me really easily. Because the moment they do that, I don't know when's the attacking moment. And then they'll always jump at the weird angle that makes me 一拜天地, I don't know how to say them in English, right? And then just guarantees of fire. It's unfortunate. I don't like that move. Let's go, chicken. The noises that the chicken makes is so adorable though. I should give buff first. Oh, it's this move again. See, just seemingly so random. Wait, did I not get attacked off? Oh, that was fast. Uh-oh, I don't think that's enough time. That's one. I think that's two, right? Olivia destroyed one. Is there more? Oh. Oh, thank goodness. Where's the wound? That still hit me? I got robbed, ma'am. I hate when that happens. There we go, alright. No more of that weird mode. See if I can stun it once. Hey. Ow. Alright, I guess I tanked a little bit. Not really tanking, honestly. The music is so cool though. I love this. Go chicken. This is the actual fight music. I assume it's something from Final Fantasy XIV. Ooh, aim for me. Spicy. I can never understand that one. Lara board and whatever board. I'm about to learn those terms. Yeah, I know, right? It's so good. I love it so much. Oh, I went into it. Ay, 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 ay. Hunting Horn is so good. The Echo Bubble is such a strong move. Help! No! I'm healing still. Alright, we good. We good. Alyssa's max HP is non-existent now. It's so sad. Not again. Nice dive. I think Alyssa needs a break. Anyway. Yeah, look at me. Or Alyssa has to tank so much. Not that I can tank much, but I can try. never died to this Nursilla. Holy shit, that hurts so much. Excuse them, what? Holy shit. I never died to the Nursilla that hit. Oh my god. Holy shit, it hurts. Oh my god. Okay, well, I guess I shouldn't be this cocky towards Nursilla. Holy shit. Oh, it's all good, it happens. Anyone wants to give me meal? Any food? No food? Oh wait, there is food. Give. I want food. Where's the old Haken? Go chicken. Nice. I don't know why it's so like overly exposed though. I think it's probably because of my quality setting. Sacred Alma. Sacred Alma Lagia Chris Cat. Alright, let's get back. I died too many times to mistakes. Although the second death was with the weird jumping around move. I don't like that. That one is weird. Alright, let's try again. I don't dare to use other weapons, honestly. Is Diva singing? Oh, she is. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, thank you. I'm Lupo. Thank you for 23 months with Prime. Holy shit. Thank you. This is so cool. I know this music. I forgot what this version is from. Is it World? No, it's not. I don't remember. I want a tiny White Fatalis mod for Diva. That'd be so funny. I mean, weren't people theorizing that Diva is actually like White Fatalis or something like that? You know, this is cool and all. I can also make you all vomit. Okay, don't do that. Whoa. Uh-oh. Aya. My foot. Something. Oh. Oh, there's a kobold messing with the buttons? Oh god. It looks like the kobold has been shooed away. What? No, it's back? Oh shit. Oh, I forgot what music this is from. Oh, this is not from World, right? This is the old one. Shinraid, hi Becky. Heck yeah, Shinraid. Whoa, whoa. Palms? What? The left and right bappers. So good. Thank you, Diva. Alright, now we can fight. Thank you, Diva. Let's try using a lucky voucher. I believe. Alright, let's skip this one. We've seen this. This is all like a theory.
この任務を成し遂げられるのはあなたしかいません。支給品が届きました。ご確認ください。
目標へと先行移動します。
Where's my hot drink? I found it. I don't care. I have rock steady. Hiya. Oh no, my rocksteady is gone. That was quick. What was that? Ow! Rude. Well, that was a hopeful first one, first phase, on first area. I should use more Rocksteady. I never use Mental in this game for some reason. Oh. Too late. Oh. Ow. Ow. Whoa. Oh, it's a crazy move. Uh-oh, I'm dead. No! Echo Bubble saved me! Oh my god. She just took it head on. I'll be fine. Also, I didn't realize there's a buff to Hunting Horn in this game. Hunting Horn's role becomes godlike in this game. Uh-oh, Kai dead. What do you mean now strike? That bitch is dipping around. Oh, it's team white. I got lucky. Oh, it's a weird move. That's that. That's awfully close. I'm dead! There we go, zip here. It's way better than fighting over there. Almost died. Not enough leg damage still? Oh, I'm big. Unless... Nice, Olivia! Olivia is so cool, man. Nope. Too late. What? Right, I forgot they can jump the full. I forgot they can jump full screen. It's okay. I sharpened. The triple roll is so good. It's so fast, covers so much distance as well. I got you. That was a clutch heal. I forgot what buff I'm gonna give. Oh yeah, I need Melody of Line. I miss dragons in this game. Yeah, I do too. But it's only this one because I'm farming it, right? At least we know in the next title update it's going to be a cool, huge Elder Dragon. So, at least that's good. Ah! Nope. Oh, that one hurts. Whoa. Whoa. I hate that move. How did they remove it that quick? How did I not get hit? I have so many questions. What the heck just happened? Not again. I'm flipping and zipping. I went with. I missed. Out of again. Aha. Oh my god, I just have no full health anymore. I just has no max HP, look at that health. Poor tank. That's so fucked up. Woo. Oh, nice. Uh-oh. I got saved. Thank you, Nacilla. No, wait, Mortal Seedling, wait. We can. Please stun. There were so many echo bubbles, how are you not stunned still? Even with Divine Blessing that hurts that much? Holy shit, yeah, that was crazy. Nice. See, the NPCs are so good in this game. Whoa, I forgot about that. Alright, Spooder's going crazy now. Be fine, I think. What happened? Oh, I ate three shots. Run away. Pick the wrong thing. Oh. Whoa! Whoa, shit. Oh. Where's the master bomb behind me? That was so scary. Ow! How many explosions exploded on my ass? There was 2100 explosions on my ass. What the hell? Wow, that was crazy. I cannot say that I've seen that before. Hell yeah, we run it back, of course. Uh-oh. Aww. Yikes. Yikes, that's death. Nah, I rode the wrong way. That sucks. Yeah, the ice move is going to the end of me. How did they struggle that out that fast? Like, you see those NPC, they just struggle out immediately. And they have to stay there for like 2000 years. That's 2 deaths. No more deaths. Here we go, I guess. I swear I could win this, but now I just seem to cannot win against it. Oh, they went down? Holy shit. After killing me, they went down. Wow. Rude. Right, here we go. That was aimed for me. No, it's not. Oh. GG. Oh. Oh man. Did the ledge fuck me over? I think the ledge fucked me over. The pushback cliff delayed me from the second hit, but the ledge just pushes me down and then immediately have to take the next hit. Aww. How many unfortunate circumstances can happen at the same time? I forgot my insurance meal. But then again, this is like the last chance. Chances are so low. Everything was going so well, and then it all came crashing down like this. Oh man. Like, I don't want to ask people for help for this one as well. Because like, people are clearly not enjoying the fight with Savage Omega Planets. Oh wow. What did I ever do? Jesus, did they just one shot? Okay, okay, that's fucked up. That is fucked up. What the fuck happened? Everything was going so well and then all of a sudden, I just get killed entirely. It's almost like Omega Planet suddenly doesn't want me to win, so it just fucks me over like that. What the hell? Oh, that is so fucked up, man. It's like the game suddenly doesn't want me to win, so Omega Planet just focuses entirely on me. Only on me, everything. Towards the end, like what the fuck, man? Okay, if that's the game I want to play, I guess you want me to waste all the lucky voucher. I'll fucking do it. Oh, I'm pissed now. An entire Tira? Heck yeah. Like I know for sure that I can win against this. Not when Omega Planet decides to be a piece of fucking shit, just decide to fucking aim at me for every single thing possible. And that laser never one-shots, and suddenly it one-shots? Nah. No. That is dumb fuck. I hate that shit. My armor are all maxed out. And how did I even one-shot? I have my guts. I have guts. I have tenacity. That one-shot. How did that one? Oh my god! What happened to the tenacity? Angry Kobo. Yeah, Kobo's getting angry again. I mean, when Kobo's gonna get angry, of course, when bullshit happens. Was there no guts? Wait, I don't have tenacity. Oh fuck, it's Cardia's protection. I'm actually fucking... Oh my god, this is the dumbest I've been. I cannot believe I am the stupidest being in the entire world right now. Holy shit. I have no guts. But still, that laser never one-shots. I don't think that laser ever one-shots me then. On Savage or even just normal ones, no. No. It's so upsetting too because everything was going so well. All it needs is just one situation. Kills me entirely. All it needs is just one. Just one. Ugh, man. I cannot believe it, honestly. I thought I can win against this thing, but I guess not. Not when the game decides to be a bully. Hi, Blizzy. Alright. I'll try again. If I lose again, I'm probably just gonna go for non-savage ones. But I want the charm though. I'll be fine. Alright, here we go. Third try. Third time's the charm, people say. Oh, a little bit too late. Also, hope Blizzy's doing good. Can you try Mizu now? It's my first two favorite monster. I just went, there is Mizu. I think I have the mission. I think I have the quest for it. I think. I can check on the after, yeah. Oh. This is such an awkward space to fight. Uh-oh. Looks like having EVA extender might not be as good. You know what? I lied. It was good. Although this mission is gonna take a while though. At least half an hour, I feel like. Oh, I'm dead. No. I don't like the... Look at them! They struggle out that fast. How did they destroy the controller? Chicken, where you going? I don't mind if it's Seer or normal. Still Mizu, I understand. Just Mizu in general, I get that. Who doesn't love Mizu, honestly? I mean, I can't even play as a Mizu here. But I just haven't seen Narga for a while, so I'm a Narga now. I'm done being angry. No more angry Coco noises, I guess. Unless there's another bullshit that's gonna happen, which it's probably gonna happen, I think. You know, it is savage difficulty. What? Don't ask, I don't know what happened. Okay, into the legs. I love Mizu Battle Team for generations, Nintendo 3DS and Rise on Switch. Mizu's team just good in general. So is most of the things in Monster Hunter, honestly. I got them. Uh-oh. At least the music is cool as heck. Oh wow, okay. Yeah, got it? Okay. Good shit. Oh, missed it. More like damage. Give me that shit. Ow! I got my head was sticking out. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm out of buffs. Really? Wait, let me do some buffs here. Or not. This bitch, I swear to God. Lucky. So, oh, I'm dead. Yeah. If I hit that, I survive too. Oh. Alright, here comes the bullshit. My all-time favorite miso sunrise vacation. I'm in China. China? Since miso is based on China. I don't think Zune is Chinese though. Zune is more Japan. Since miso is like based off of like kitsune, right? At least to my knowledge. And since I'm Chinese as well, you know. I think the more Chinese resemblance dragon would be Guanzhou would be one. And surprisingly enough, Kirin is one as well. It's based off of like cheating. The deer looking dragon thing. It doesn't look as cool though. It's funny too because in Rise, they double down on the Japanese aspect of everything, right? So which means Misu gets even more of the Japanese treatment, which is cool, right? I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. It is a good thing, honestly. Enhances the feel. Misu does like a fox dragon because it is. Why am I hitting air? You really like to aim that laser at me, don't you? I do not. Oh, it's going stupid again. I'll do it. Hiya! And get fucked. Now I'm getting fucked. I just get this. Oh! I've been saved? Yep. The minute sounded like it was Chinese when I heard the Misu in Rise. It's more Japanese version of, I believe we saw that called throat singing or something like that. Those thing. I couldn't do it, but yeah, it's more resemblance of Japanese authentic. It's a style of singing, but I don't know what they're called. Fuck. I mean, I'm from Malaysia. I guess I don't. It's only fair that I don't know what it is. I don't know, man. What I do know is that it is Japanese, so. Oh, yeah. I want it. Boyam. Double now. Oh my god. Help! I don't want. Whoop. Could be worse. We good. I wanted 9. Wham! Here we go. What the fuck is that damage? Are you Nursula? Are you fucking Fatalis? We good. No, we're not good. We good. Not like this. I think I'll be fine. Not anymore! Hiya! I got greedy. Masanta now phone and puzzles feeling. Oh! The tree match is not really my thing. Masanta now, well, my phone is kinda shit, so I cannot play that. Can I stay here? Will I die if I stay there? I'm gonna stay here. I gotta stay here. Unless that still kills me, then hey, we learn something new every day, no? Hi, Kairos Kivia. I should go there. Staying here gives me anxiety. Maybe if I just stay here, you know. Hey, that's not gonna kill me. Yeah, I know. But my phone is like so bad that whenever I go into a hunt, my phone is like right, because the graphical fidelity is too high for my phone to support. Is it 14? Omega is the raid boss on there. No wonder it's so fucking difficult. Okay, that makes a lot of sense now. Should have figured, honestly. Hello, stupid spider. I should have waited for my teammate to be here. What the fuck? Why did it hurt so much? Did they just do my entire health bar? Everything is in my entire health bar now, what the hell? What changed? Oh, yeah, nah, what happened? 2 times? 3 times, okay. Oh no. That's kind of okay, I guess. So I guess I could get one shot by that move now, huh? Why do you suddenly love me so much? I don't get it, but it's okay. Good. Do I have a hot drink? I don't have hot drink? Oh, but it's okay. I'm dead. GG. In one cutscene, Omega beats off a... Oh, that's kinda cool. Poor dragon though. Another one. Oh, our tank died. Shit. That was too late. Why do you love me so much? What the hell? Oh! Everything hurts so much. Oh, thank God. Olivia saved me.
Nice.
There is a hot drink all along. Drink it. Whoa! I hated one shot. What the fuck? It never did that before. What's with the one shot? Like, what am I supposed to do? My armors are like maximum. Like 鸡妈干 what do I do? 妈的，又不是我很烂哦，我的 armor 已经满到完了，他要我怎样嘞？搞什么鬼？我都不明白哦。搞什么鬼？我只想要打赢一车嘛，好，他一车都不要给我，我不知道讲好，完蛋咯。哎呀，真的是，我都不知道为什么他忘记一 hit 我死，我都不懂啊，吐啊，真的吐啊。I must have missed a lot of chat. Omega. Let me find my phone. I have a Motorola G2025. I have some old ass Huawei phone, I guess. I mean, I have the phone for like 7 years, I think. It's still usable. Could be Savage Omega final stage or second stage. It is like Savage Omega. No cooldown on what? Omega fought lots of dragons. Reason the dragon planet went by. What? Not only that, but Omega has all those dragon DNA. So Kobe's Prime addition to the collection? Nah. I have to kill Omega now. But I don't know what to do. Like, suddenly it just decided to one-shot me. Like, huh? It's serious way broad Chinese. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't even dare try the weapons. Like, what I do is just only one shots. The canon in Final Fantasy 14, even Survivor Dragons say so. Is it because it might be, right? Because they fired off the Delta attack and that somehow increases its damage output? If I don't pass the DPS check, then the phases after will have Omega do more damage? Because it never happened before. It only happened this time is when I didn't kill the Nerstilla clone during the DPS check, so maybe that's why. Should I try other weapons? I don't believe in myself, honestly. I mean, I'm okay with all these weapons, I guess, but it's gonna be tough to actually deal damage with gunlets, considering how much Omega is moving around, right? I mean, perfect guard is a thing. In Dragon game? Yeah, it's a mod. Mod allows me to play as dragons in this game. Makes the game even better. Although, I guess I have to try fighting against Mizu. It has been a while. Let's play some Bickity Buckity Bonk, right? I think I have some Mizu quest investigations, I think. Meal, still good. Oh, I have a few. Oh, it's tempered. 4-star, 3-star, 5-star. Let's do a good old 3-star. No, 2-star, 3. No, there's no 2-star. Oh, there's Oof Tuna as well. I love Oof Tuna. Yeah, let's look at Mizu for a bit. I don't need to do much preparation. I mean, it's only Mizu. Imagine if I die to him. Ah, getting cocky, huh? I'm dead. I tried 10 in Rice just using Sword and Shield. Sword and Shield in Rice is pretty good. And once you get Metsu Shoryuken as like the Wirebug skill, oh, ooh, the parry, ooh. I mean, the first Wirebug skill for Sword and Shield is really good. You get constant airborne attacks, right? It's so good. And the Wirebug recharge really fast as well. Like, hell yeah. What am I doing? Let's go, chicken! Alright, let's use my Xbox One Series XXSSX. Oh! No, what are you guys doing? Hiya, why is it you? I guess I can fight with you, why not, right? Alright, I forgot to use hammer. This is bad. Imagine using hammer trying to hit the tail. Too late. Got him. Do the spin. And yeah, get fucked. Don't do it. how good the music is. Fuck! I have goosebumps. I'm dead. It's best not to take any more hits. If I do upswing, then I'm dead. Oh! Wait, are you tempered? Oh shit, you are. No wonder you are so painful. Big dodge towards the head. Got him. Bam! Oh. Oh, that was the exhaust. Bam! Got him. God, I love hammer. Actually, how many minutes? Oh, okay, we good. Right, we deal with this one first. Oh, fancies, I haven't fought them in a while. If I'm fast enough, I think there's like a trap that I can trigger here. That's gonna hurt. Wham! 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 That was fast. Ooh. Oh. Oh no. Oh. Oh, that was kind of funny. It's all good. The timing is crazy. Blam. Don't do it. I'm waiting. The Xbox is pretty strong, no?
No.
You know, sometimes I feel like playing the game at 30 FPS is kinda hard. But after playing it for a bit, I guess I'm just used to it, you know? Everything just kinda sort of feels slightly delayed or something. I'm not too sure. Oh, you're tired? Right, here we go. I forgot how to do this. Boom! Like this plus the music gives me goosebumps. So much goosebumps. Come here. Woo. I want you to come here. Oh, good name. Oh, I got him. Oh, that's too far. Right, it's all good. Come on. Nah, take that. Take that. Almost died. Okay. I got greedy. I don't know why I tried to do that. No, don't do it. Alright, we good. I'm getting out timing here. Thank you. That was a bad choice. Don't know what I was thinking. Wow, I didn't know you're this strong. I forgot. Got him. It's a stamina drain. Did you? I could have captured you, you know. 哎呀，啱啊！二張河打到這樣仲要走掉，it's okay. Alright, let's go fight Mizu. Guess I wasn't fast enough. Is it 4-star quest? I mean, it's not supposed to be that strong, I feel like, but maybe it's because it's tempered. I mean, consider Savage Omega Planets is 9, so 4 shouldn't hurt that much. But what do I know? I'm not a big like Monster Hunter veteran. I'm just here for funsies. Oh my god. I'm your little one. I'm a smaller version of you. Hi. Oh, what the fuck? Ooh. Right, Bubble Blight works differently now. Nylin Penrose, hey! Boyam. Don't do it! Oh, dude, that was too early. Temperate Lucky's 9? Really? I actually didn't know. Uh-oh. Nope. I'm getting sensed. You found Narga? Yeah, I was playing as Narga. I have Naga, I have Malzeno, I have Mizu. I have Radao as well. I did. Hiya. I'm not used to using hammer against Mizu. Let's use an easier weapon here. Time to go easy. Alright, we good. Is there a game where I play as Kitty? Not that I know of, honestly. Oh wait, Generation Ultimate, you can play as a Kitty. There's a Prowler mode where you actually hunt as a Kitty. You don't use potions, you don't use anything, you have like Kitty skills and stuff like that. It's real. Hiya! Come here, me. Change Mizu a lot. Mizu will summon bubbles that also heal you. It still happens. I'm not even trying to get the tail. Oh! The one shot. The famous tail slam. My brick claw? Crazy. Don't do it! Hiya. Let me check my investigation and fact check myself. I should fact check some of my points as well. I don't know. Oh. Seer? It's all in one because the WoW changed how Mizu behaves a little bit. Don't go play with me. Back then there's a Deviant... No, Lucky is 9. Oh shit, okay. Good to know, good to know. Back then there's Socia Mizu as a Deviant variant for Mizu. In this game, the sword just put it all in one, which is okay in my book, right? This is cool as fuck, honestly. Need to break one more. Using gun as the cut tail is so awkward. Did you just whiff twice? Hello? I love you. Oh, it's a fucking monkey. Oh. What are you doing? Oh, you're doing 360? Give me that. Boom! Close enough, don't worry. God, I love them. I love Mizu. Holy shit. Mizu can slam with that tail anytime. Oh! I didn't block. Come here, chicken. Ooh, holy shit. I'm surprised. Oh, mine now. Thank you. Oh, oh my god, kitty. Are you almost dead? I think you are, or you're hungry. Oh, you're just hungry. Okay, okay. Alright, go eat. You love Mizu and Rattle. Rattles to me is fine. Like, I've seen Rattles in every game. I feel like Rattle is alright. Got him. Oh, hiya, why you like this one? Are you Reckless or are you Radiant? Oh, you're Reckless! Right, I forgot you have your own music in here. Aye. Kitty, don't do that! Ooh, love that effect. Oh my god. Why are you so hot? Holy shit. I love you so much. What? Right, I forgot about you have a second hit. Oh, it's morning. Do I have enough time? Sorry, had to do it. Doo-doo. Nice. Oh, chicken. Oh yeah, I can get hunter symbol from this. It's kind of funny how I can capture Lucky and then Lucky just runs away. That means how slow I am with the hunt. Holy shit. I'm slow. I'm always playing like very safe. I guess I can try again with the... Maybe I can try longsword against... against Omega. Maybe? I'm so gonna die like 10,000 times with longsword against Omega. I guess I can try once. Level 2 focus, level 1 punishing draw. You're a demo? Hmm? Who? Me? Maybe Kobo is the demo of a dragon, no? Like, you get to be a demo first, you get to be a Kobo first before you can get your real deal, a dragon. Hi, Serene. Do they have quick sheath here or something? I think they do, right? Attack and defense increase as time passes on our quest. Wait, maybe this is good against Omega, no? Yeah, since I usually use half an hour to beat Omega Savage. Maybe that's a really good thing to... Yeah, I want that. 2 Gobbler? First Restless kill. Restless kills in Monster Hunter now. Was a silver as your first? Your first Reckless is already a deviant kill? You even skipped the base Reckless? How is that even possible? I guess now works in mysterious ways, how would I know? Improve the effectiveness of Flash? Never seen that one before. I don't think there's Quick Sheath. Unless Quick Sheath is a... might be a weapons gem. Bolt Handicraft. Quick Switch. Oh yeah, this Rapid Morph. Power prolonger. Allow long. Yeah, I was about to ask if power prolonger works for longsword. Well, here it is. Drain coat. What the? Is there no quick shift anymore? Level 2 focus, power prolonger. I mean, I have one power prolonger. Greatly boost the division weapon stat power up. Yeah, I could try that. Just saw it in the event, that's why I was able to kill it. Event? I guess that makes sense. It is Niantic, right? No. Alright, I did. 2 gobbler, 1 growth. 2 medicine, 1 recovery speed. That's level 3 recovery speed, right? The growth might help here. Thing is, I think I might need more monster chili. Okay, I have the horn here still. Hunting horn here for backup, right? If longsword doesn't work out, then hey, I always have hunting horn. Look at that Lagiacrus Gemma. It's a real thunder, right? I mean, I never really look into much of elemental resistance or elemental weaknesses toward monsters. I just sort of use, if I can, I'll just use dragon element because dragon cool. Style erect. Goma gonna rip claw on. I have this one, but it doesn't look as cool. Tamono. Oh yeah, you have blade scale homing. I think the longsword for Lagi and Mizu is new, right? I don't think the old games have longsword for Mizu and Lagi. I might be wrong here. It's the first time I see a design like this, right? Very heckin' cool. Anyway, I think that's, I guess I could try. Yeah, it's already fully upgraded. Right, food. I should do a barbecue. Barbecue because I need to get that monster chili meal. Just waiting for it. Oh wait, Discord? Oh, okay. Alright, let me just double check real quick. Yeah. Okay, looks about right. Okay. It's kind of funny how I'm just doing everything manually. There you go. Done. Hey, thanks for the happy. Right, custom mail. Should I just get defense actually? Defense and elemental resistances. And 4 defense might not sound a lot, but it is quite a bit. It is a little bit in Monster Hunter Universe, I guess. Of course, no problem. Thanks for joining. The server, frankly, is more on a quieter side, right? I'm okay with that. It's like people talk whenever they want to. It's okay. If they just want to like be quiet and vibe, that's also really nice, right? I'm okay with any of those. Cabbage. Oh my god, it's cabbage and low poly. My PC is exploding. Eat with my neck. Delicious neck cabbage. Alright, time to die. Here we go. I can win against Savage. I did it before. Except part. Maybe I should change Olivia to Fabius. Since Fabius seems stronger, question mark? I mean 2 Lancer. two Lens. Hey, 2 Lens might just work, you never know. Tekken. Alright, skip this one. I don't like seeing that Tekken. Here we go. Yeah. Alright, we don't need hot drinks anymore because we have sizzling meal. Here we go. Oh. It's so bad, oh my god. Whoa, that hit. Oh no, that whipped. That might work. That was instant. All good. Oh no, I didn't. Ouch. I'm just gonna do it. Wow. I'm doing it. I'm the coolest, let's go. I've been spoiled. hey, maybe longsword is not that bad. I don't know. Then again, this is just like the first map, right? Just the first area, okay? Let's not get too quacky here. Yaki piki. Yeah. Hiya. What the fuck are you doing with? I want a refund. Oh, that's bad. Oh, wait. I forgot I'm not hunting horn. I have to remember to heal. Okay. Get him! Hi-ya! That was cool. I'm doing it. Yeah. I'm the coolest. Oh, I'm dead. It's a weird move again. Ay, 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 ay. That works. Ooh, instant. The spin, holy shit. Yeah, I saw Kai was like still playing music. Whoa! Oh my god, it dropped me into the middle of mustard. Wait, someone's riding it. Holy, how did I whiff the last hit? And the rest of the hits. Ay, 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 ay. I'm so surprised that my longsword is doing it. Nice. Thanks, Alma. I'm doing it. Nick. It's so tough I couldn't even cut it in. Ay, ay. I'm dead. Juju. Oh, did I got healed? I might have gotten a clutch heal just now. I'm doing it. It's free. The second thing I really gave me a lot of gold. Fishing, dude. There's a lot of things in the pond, including the pond itself. It's there. Nice. I'm dead. Hi. did. Oh my god. Whoa. Well, someone wants to kill me a lot. I don't know how to I don't know how the fuck did I survive that? Ancient acorn. Go back. Let's go. Don't mind me just wildly swinging. No, it's not far enough. That works. And power prolonger is so good actually. It gets me in red for so long. That was way too early. Alright, now it's time to do my job. Whoa, low poly nursed it out? Yeah. What happened? Am I the only one fighting? I couldn't dodge her attacks. Oh no. Too much white shit. If the spider can keep doing that, we have a problem. And just jumps around like a fucking monkey. GG, we did. Good try. My longsword is worse than my fucking hunting horn. I'm so shit. What the fuck? I am actually the worst longsword player in the entire universe. How the fuck did I not do that? Holy shit. There's no way. I didn't do it. I mean, I couldn't do it. Then they're still just doing the 360 fucking no scopes everywhere, non-stop. Each hit is like what? 70%, 60%. Ugh, that sucked. So now I assume I'm just gonna get one shot up now because more damage? Question mark? Yeah, see? Oh, fun. And now it's 99% damage. Oh. That's a divine blessing. And it's full health. I don't know the timing on that shit. So it's a lot slower than I thought. Oh wait, missed input? I suck. I'm the worst longsword player ever. Help. No. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, I got so lucky actually. How the f— oh my god. That's twice now. I will retire. Right, I forgot. It's very lingering. Hi, Jameson. It says the area you face the edge uses the counter stage for those missiles. Okay, I'll keep mine. Wee. Uh-oh. Wee. I think I'm fine, huh? Did I roll the second time? You don't just Abunai Yoke roll. What do I do? Do you think that's Daijobu? Hiya. Yeah. That one feels like a really bad placement. Yeah. I'm doing it. Cha. Bitch. Oh, I'm the bitch now. Oh, I'm dead. Goodbye. What the? Am I the only one left? Ooh! Ooh! Guess you're just trying to one-shot me now, huh? Understandable. See? He's just trying to one-shot me now. Right, come here, bitch. Ah! Yeah, one brave girl chanting with foresight. Oh, am I not supposed to? Holy shit, I got praise for that. Oh my god. Oh yeah, by the way, hope you're doing good, Jameson. You know, I should probably switch to Hunting Horn when I'm fighting against that little fucking bitch of a Nursula clone. Not Nursula herself. Nursula's cool. Nursula clone is a bitch. full map swipe constantly. Also, it's kind of funny how my Hunting Horn is doing more damage than my longsword. Oh no! Oh no! I'm blind! Oh. Ooh. Ah. You know, I don't know why I tried to... I don't know why I tried to stab into Force Line and then decided not to do it. I'm stupid. I should have done it. I think you can't see demonstrating. You should say, I don't think there's enough of a gap in time to change Foresights. Might be possible if Foresight hits? Yeah, I'm not doing that hit most of the time because not enough time. If I do that, I'm gonna get hit. It is a really good move though. Like one of that hit. After the round slash and then do one more. That hit usually does like 200 plus or something. All right, we try longsword. What do we try again? Do we try greatsword? Nah. Hammer? Ooh, hammer is fun as hell though. Hammer does give me a lot of movement even while charging. Hey, maybe I can try. Let's try my Xbox One Series XXS. Right, here we go. And then during that Nursilla clone bitch fight, then I can use my hunting horn. Alright, let's try again. If you're gonna try anything, try 2 of it. You need fire for the Nursilla DPS check and thunder for the main damage. I'll do the Nursilla with my hunting horn. It's possible. Did it multiple times with a hunting horn. I just my low split is so shit against the Nursilla clone though. Now let me open up the lights real quick. Just a bit. Streamer, IG, Omega, is it Savage? I mean, if it's not Savage, or is it true solo? It's very hit or miss when you hit the geometric fuck ton, fuctillion tons of damage. When you miss it constantly loud by everyone with a stupid spider attack. Yeah. Actually, let me accept and prep again. I would love to use gun lens, but I feel like the movement alone is gonna impair me to death, right? Or maybe I could perfect block everything. It is a thing. Now that I learned so much about, you know what? I learned so much about Omega. No? See what I've seen say star just like maybe sweat and shield for something this caliber that's no good. I could try like again, it's such a conundrum because I'm like jack of all trades, but I'm like average at every weapon that I use. I don't excel at anything, but I'm okay with everything. I hate it. Did I drink my thing? Oh, I did. Hell yeah. So also I brought a lot of... I brought honey, I brought herb, so that I can have many potions to drink. It should be good. Alright, let's give it maybe 1 or 2 more tries. Who knows? Maybe this round will only take like 8 minutes and then I die 3 times. If it's not a mega potion, you may as well not bring it. Well, I need potion to make mega potion. Right. Yep. Yep. Thanks, Alma, but I keep dying. I should probably bring this as well. I'm gonna get your ass. Come here. Yeah. Wee. Oh, my effect extender. Help! 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 I lied. I'm the worst. Wee. I rolled into it because of camera. Thank you very much. How does Alyssa even play this? Holy shit. Look at this bitch just jumping around. Hi. Ancient acorn. No. Ê, quá lão ê hao à. Divine blessing, Lamau. Ancient acorn. Can you fucking hold still for 0.1 second? Wow, holy shit, thank you. Nope. Another one. I mean, that's a good chunk of damage. We good? Those tendons. Fabius is even better than Alyssa. Here's the thing though, what if I bring Alyssa and Fabius? That above and beyond anything else, like holding steals will probably this damn thing, yeah. Well, what? Fist missiles over the effects? That too, but I still hate it that this Omega planets just troll the core gameplay of Monster Hunter. Be it like with punishments and stuff. No more of that anymore. This monster is like, oh, you want to wave punish me? Imagine that. Not two rolls. Oh no, I can't even do anything. So yeah, this is the hugest problem I have with Omega planets. they throw all the core mechanics of this of Monsanto. Omega Planets actually says, "Oh, you want to whiff punish me? Oh, well, here's a death to you served hot." And then moreover, it's like, "Oh, you think I whipped an attack? Nah, here's another one coming right up to your ass." That's Omega Planets right there. Oh, you think when I attack I'll stand on my ground? No. I'm Omega Planets. Everything you know about Monster Hunter, throw it away. Fuck you, right? That's Omega Planets to me. I don't know if I blocked it, but I don't. Oh, I'm in the shield. I'm dead! At least I can block that, I guess. That's good to know. Oh. Oh, can I counter rush after that? Well, the game tells me to do counter rush, but I guess if I do that, I'm dead. Well, I got fucked over by game again. It's okay. We learn something new every day, I guess. Chicken. If I get to well on Omega Planets with Gunlance, it's It feels nice. The only problem is that 99% of the time I'm just chasing down Omega planets. Oh man. Okay, when it fades. What happened? Oh, Olivia? Hell yeah. Fish with combo on your own. The best place to relax. Nice, okay. This looks kind of promising, but I'm not gonna say too much. As long as I don't get onslaught by those attacks at the same time, I should be fine. How did Alyssa even handle that much pressure? Just block, just block. That was cool. Whoa. I hate this thing. There is no recovery on every attack. I hate this thing with passion. I'm doing it. I'm great. Hi, Lex. Unblockable. 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 Turbo hunting Robo. Turbo rebelling against bots. A little bit. This one at Combo Engineering got carried away. Probably. And then I'm trying to destroy this thing, but I'm trying out the weapons that I know how to play. I can try Switch X, I guess. But Switch X does require me to have a rapid morph, which I already have. Okay, very cool. Level 2 power prolonger. Do I have rapid morph level 3? Oh, there it is. Fire though. Oh, I only have that one. No, I have a lot. Okay, okay. This works. So level 2 I want power prolonger. Since I already have one level of power prolonger. Also hope Lex is doing it. This one. Wait, only... Does this weapon doesn't give... Oh, it doesn't! I'm stupid! It's okay. We're gonna get power prolonger here then. Is there no... Oh, I had one. Oh, I had one power prolonger at the thing. I think this is better. Alright, let's give Switch X a try, why not? I can offset attacks, I can counter with hyper armor, not actual like invincible counter. Hey, boop. Doing okay? Trying to wake up? Hope you had a nice evening. Meal, 25 minutes. I should get Defender meal. Give me food! If Switch X doesn't work, I'm gonna try Sword and Shield. Gonna try Sword and Shield after holy. Look at that plushie like yeah, oh my god. Anyone in the chat knows how to get nourishing extracts? Because I don't know how to get them. And I cannot get that Mega Demon Dragon Mega Armor skin. And Guardian Monsters? Yo. Yeah. Hi. Thank you though. Okay, at least I know. Okay, at least I know what to kill to get them nourishing extract. Thank you. But I have to farm. I'm so lazy. I should drink. Heck them. I forgot to change to Fabius. Oh. It's okay. No big deal. Yeah. Maybe I should change Olivia. Oh, I'm stuck. Whoa! Ancient acorn. Okay. Olivia, what are you doing? Why is Olivia sleeping? Oh my god, so many people. Okay, doing it, please. Don't move! Yeah! This is fine. Go! I hit air. I'm good? Yeah, good to know. Man, my Switch X feels so rusty. So is all my other weapons though. This is the first time I'm using other weapons other than Hunting Horn to fight this thing. a robot. This is the Final Fantasy collaboration thing. Yeah. Another one! Yeah! Ow. Where's my heal? Wait. Ancient acorn. Hiya. Okay, at least there's one hit. I don't know why I did that. Defender. Hi, I'm so stupid. The one was there. Should wait until I'm safe to do it. I'm just gonna do it. I mean, this is kind of how you do switch X, right? Just do that move over and over again. Uh-oh. Whoa. I'm doing it. Yeek. Oh, it's a weird move. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, what the fuck is that? It's a weird move that just one. That move is designed to piss people off. Like, what do you see? I see nothing. And then what do I get? Death. And then what do I get after like when that move happens? Oh yeah, you're gonna kiss the ground for 20 years when he steps beside you. Fuck. You're just gonna like kiss the ground, really worship that floor for 20 years if that bitch decided to fucking step right beside you for 1 meters away. You hear that right? You feel that step for from 1 meters away? Yeah, that's a worship the ground for 20 years for you. And then what do we get after that? Death sentence. Hiya. Take that fucking trample. I'm glad I'm not the only one here. You know, I would think that probably gonna hit something. Ancient acorn. Yikey beaky. Alyssa is trying to kill me here. Bringing the missile to me when I'm dying. Yeah. I'm fucking brilliant. Oh. I'm holding it. I don't care! Oh, the one was not aimed for me. Owie! Oh! Oh. Did you know that just took two... Like, did you know I just took 2 missiles on my face just now because I was having hyper armor moment there? Love it when that happens. Oh, was it 3? Oh, hell yeah! I'm actually a tank. Same reason Lucky so dangerous anything with hyper. Yeah, true. Like, Lucky just shreds through that hyper armor. Well, you hyper armor, here comes a 3-hit lightning that's gonna destroy your entire health bar. Have fun! But for Lucky though, at least Lucky looks hard. Bitch is a spider, I hate it. Well, a robot spider doesn't look as cool as a dragon, right? Right. Lex Raymond now? Oh shit. No, Lex a different story. Lex is way cooler than Omega Planets. Way cooler. I think that hits everyone, yeah. Oh, thanks. Uh-oh. Look at that. Worship the ground for 20 years. I'm running away. Whoa, how long does that last? I'm not fully charged yet. Oh, cool. I hit air. They put with one move which can overlap the hit zones up to 4 times. Oh, Lucky has that? I actually didn't know. Nice. Oh, forgot this 2 times. What the heck, man? What the heck, man? What a joke. What an actual joke. They stagger, they pull all their legs up and then hit air. What happened? Oh, did I just eat all 3 bullets in the face? Shoot up! Look at that low poly Nursilla, fuck you! Come on. Oh wow. Oh, I walked into it because I saw I was looking at Nursilla. Oh my god. Right. Oh, I cannot retry quest like I retried the arena quest. There's no point going on already. I'm gonna get one shot by everything here. There's no point. Actually, no point. If I cannot kill the Nursula, there's no point in keep on going. There is 0 point. Better to save time than give up. Fucking Nursula just jumping around. What the fuck, man? I love how the game just be like, slay the Nursula first, as if there's something else that I need to do. Fucking shit, man. Okay, so remember when Nursula comes and use the you change to hunting horn, okay? God. The worst part about that DPS check, Final Fantasy 14 is a stationary target you're beating shit out of. In Monster Hunter, good luck pinning that damn spider. It's not just that spider, right? It's not just because Nursula is so fucking agile. It's one thing. They give fucking tree attacks that wipes the area, the other one wipes the entire map. Who thought that's a good idea? People thought Capcom is cooking? No, Capcom is fucking falling off. Jesus fucking Christ. Like, I'm an atheist and I'm just saying Jesus fucking Christ for how mad I am. And I'm fucking Buddhist. Yeah. Oh, there's only one Guardian. Guardian with what again? Handicraft? I'll take Handicraft. That thing don't even have 8 legs. Should I say? Yeah. I love Nursula. I fucking hate Nursula clone. So stupid. Let's have shield so that I can block everything, right? Maybe one iron wall. I also need Guardian for the offensive guard. Maybe level 1 offensive guard is good enough, question mark? I mean, hey, it's 5%. Don't forget Fabius. Okay. Hi, Agadrok. The expression is so ingrained into the lexicon that even those who aren't a part of the religion use the expression, myself included. Yeah. But then if I'm like speaking mainly Chinese, right? 妈，搞坏了几百年，真的是搞什么鬼？妈，真的是。什么鬼？那个蜘蛛扒过去，一大把香过去也没有用，死东西！哎 so angry at the fucking spider. And clones are lame, not as good as the original. True. So true. Though I have tweaked oh my god to be oh my gods at times, even though I'm also atheist. Oh my gods, I need to change to oh my dragon. Look, I believe in dragons more than gods, I guess. Not after what happened 3 years ago. Oh, 2 years ago actually. Let's do I have Iron Wall? I think Iron Wall level 3 is going to be good. There we go. Yeah. Alright, let's try Sword and Shield. I mean, this is a curse of playing every weapon other than the guns. To try which weapon feels good against Omega planets. But to be honest, what I felt about that Switch X Right, that's Switch X against Omega Planets. Switch X feels really good against Omega Planets, not gonna lie. Because in Sword mode you have like hyper armor counter. In X mode I can offset attack, but that one is like very tight though. Right? Meal, 50 minutes, all good. I have Rocksteady Mantle, so I never use Rocksteady Mantle. I don't know why in this game I just sort of not use the mantle at all. Anyone knows the shortcut key to use mantles without scrolling? I know there's like L2 R1, right? Or L1 R2, one of them. With Fabius. Keyboard and mouse, it's C. For control, I have no idea. Oh, just one button for it? That's kinda cool. Mizutsune armor on point. Yeah, it's a mod. It's super duper good. Like, I'm an actual Mizu. See? I also have... I want to play Malzeno again. Give me a second. I miss looking at Malzeno. But Malzeno, I like Malzeno armor with Raidals. Yeah. Somehow that looks good as fuck. Look at that! Holy shit. Yeah, and that too. Look, it's Malzeno. With the Raidal armor, Malzeno looks so fucking cool. Holy shit, oh my god. Alright, last try I guess. It's like getting kinda late. I'm so angry to the point where I'm not really hungry. But that's bad, don't be like me, okay?
Alright, here we go. It's so helpful for squeezing time out of the challenge price of scoring is I can instantly put on, say, Rocksteady or Corrupted. Instead of my hero of choice selected. Yeah, exactly. I think it could be L1 R2. Hey. Hey. Thanks, Alma. I died for the 5th time today. Actually, no. 15? 先行します。Go chicken! Someone clipped that. I was outside the area. I got robbed there. Ancient acorn.你妈的！我用3手剑都追不到你，搞什么鬼啊？
Unlucky. Absolute unlucky. I rolled into the fire and I got iced. I love this game sometimes. You know, like how could that shit happen, right? And then it happened. Okay, so this it is L1 R2. Keep in mind, cycle the white stone. 1 opposite status round 2 max portion of there's no less improvement 5. Change question of the mega so max portion for 3 second counts. Wow. Oh, I didn't mean to. I guess that works. Hope to work, have a good hunting. Okay. Good luck with work next. Don't jump! Oh my god! That was such a bad misinput and then the sequel. Oh. Oh, what's happening? Did I just roll that one? Holy shit. I had to. I'm dead. Oh, fucker is getting muted. Oh my god, really? Oh no! I don't even have a chance to fucking react to it. What are you aiming at? fast. Great. Never block those again. My research is trying to beat this thing. My research review skills at the time of these hands I'm down to less than 5. Great review skills be exact. Estimate time with no misses, which I hate. For this fucker specifically, everything in my arsenal being used against it looks about right. No, everyone's dead. Like, even if all those were perfect guards, it's not gonna do anything. I think it shoots 6 times, and my health and my stamina cannot even handle that. Wait, what? I'm not surprised that that's aimed at me. Uh-oh. It's just stupid ass. It doesn't look like it's aiming at me. Lamang. One leg is the wound, I think. Oh, only once? Oh, then it pot drains? Right. It's okay. Ooh. It's not done yet. That was a extremely horrible idea to block 4 missiles and a laser. I fucking hate this game. Actually, that's a lie. I love this game too much to hate it. I'll get pissy about it all the time, but I cannot bring myself to hate this game. But honestly though, that Sword and Shield feels really good. So Sword and Shield and Switch Axe both feel really good. And Sword and Shield is even better because Sword and Shield can block, even though blocking is not the way. Blocking is definitely not the way. Alright. If I want to do Sword and Shield, I'll never block because, well, block on some cases, like against the huge ass laser. So I think I just need shield on like one of them. One level of shield just so that I can block the thing. Iron Wall, I can throw it away. It's okay. I want to do one more time. That one didn't count. Increase elemental attack and status build out for charge attacks. I mean, I've been using charge attack a lot. Or Sword and Shield. The charge chop is so good actually. Oh, hammer specific, okay. Decrease the impact of attacks and reduce stamina depletion by 30%. Reduce stamina depletion is not that good, I feel like. I mean, I guess I can get the all reliable attack jewel, but I feel like I want something else. 25% chance of no sharpness loss, 50% chance of no sharpness loss. With that, I'm thinking handicraft. Level 3 handicraft, sharpness plus 30 is not bad, I think. Well, maybe I should get focus. Increase gauge fill rate and reduce charge times. Is it gonna reduce the charge chop? Because that would be huge. I'll give it a try. Alright, let's do one more try. Last try. Alright. For real, last try. That one didn't count. That was a boo. I got hit by the boo crap. It was kind of funny how I decided to block 4 missiles and a laser. It shreds through my entire health bar. Oh, yeah, I should drink. Thank you, Jameson. I don't know about 2 lenses. I think it's good, I think. Or should I get 1 Russell? No. I forgot to send you from another stream that just perfectly encapsulates how nonsense Omega is. I mean, that trample alone is enough to warn that Omega Planets is a joke in this game. Absolute hell of a joke. And it's not even funny. And then I'm pretty sure people are gonna be like, oh, just get good. No. Yeah, sure. I'm not surprised that like people complain about it's Omega Planet Savage. Like I feel like what I've been complaining about is kind of valid, question mark. Okay, I'm starting to doubt myself now. I don't even know anymore. It's valid, like come on. the core mechanics of Monster Hunter being thrown away. Imagine telegraphing your attack? Nah. Thanks for the pin. Alright, one last try. Here we go. Bye bye, Kitty. 'Imagine telegraphing our attack. We don't do that here in Final Fantasy XIV. We just straight up shoot a laser from my sides. Oh, me only attacking forward? Nah. Like, you really think I am Monster Hunter? No, I'm a student. Oh fuck. That one block almost killed me. Hello. Oh, I jumped away from the shield? No, the shield's gone. I thought I jumped away from the shield. I don't want to fight there. It's such a bad spot to fight against. Oh, right. think I can sing the Linkin Park music now. I become so numb. Hey. Hi, Coffee Mensa. And by hibernate, I mean sit on a bed on a mountain of blanket and not do anything. God, does that sound good though? Holy shit, I want that. Funny enough, Longsword will actually learn the tempo of the damn thing is already pretty good at being the tank actually. Also, a lot of carries the final. Farmer is showing in which we effectively there's no chance so I think that's what it's the same. Yep. Like I mentioned, telegraphing your attacks in Monster Hunter. I'm Omega Planets. I don't do that shit. Oh, that place will be like bright. Okay. The mom. I don't want to block it. My brain was like, no, don't block. Hiya, so far away the man, walaway. I didn't see that. That was on me. They were so cool. Oh, I've been so pissy about this game. I'm not cool. I'm braggy though. I think braggy is pretty cool. Yeah. Jump! Did they actually just jump over? That's cool as fuck. No! Beach! I hate you so much! Don't make me go back to Longsword again, you fuck. I'm so slow. What was that? Let me shuffle real quick.
No.
Oh. Is it only one people? I'm doing my part. Bitch, stop! Don't do it! I hate you! Oh my god, what did I say, Golden? Oh yeah. No! Oh, I got so lucky. Thanks, Fabius. Run! Come here, chicken. You got this heck. Yeah, I'm gonna try my heckin' best. Nice. Running away. I almost blocked again. I was so stupid. Oh, even covers this way. Ooh. Ancient acorn. Love the lyrics. Oh. Feels good. Remember to change to the thing. Hunting horn during that stupid Nuzlocke clone fight. Fabius! Oh my god, Fabius, what are you doing? Actually, it's what am I doing? Why am I chasing Fabius? Oh my god. Shut up. I think now I can change actually. Oh no. Wake up. Fuck you, let's go.
No.
Nice.
No.
What? Hi, Nix. People say Fabius does a lot of damage. Good. Better carry me, Fabius. Right here. Friendship ended with perfect rush. New friendship formed with charged chop. Help! Alright, we good. We are not good! Oh my god! Okay, we good. Come here, chicken. Three times? I'm staying on the ground. Alright. We're Gucci. We're cooking. I'm blocking. Come on, Fabius, carry me! Carry me, Fabius, I need you! Help me win, I hate this spooder! Only this spooder, I like legs. Alright, going down. Sorry, Fabius. Whoa. I went into it, I'm stupid. Wow! I'm just blocking. I don't want to worship the floor. for 20 years. Okay, we didn't die. Let's go. We didn't die from that bullshit. Shut up, Fabius. I got this. Actually, I'm sorry, Fabius. I love you. Mwah. Ow! Wee! Oh! Running away. Went straight to the explosion. Uh-oh. I have to. Aye. It's not aim for me. Well, that's a bad place to fight now. Imagine standing in three mustard bombs. What? Gotta stay in the flames for that. Uh-oh. Oh, it's the bullcrap. Wait, is he in Pranktober mode again? That is right, that is the Pranktober mode. You know, someone is celebrating Halloween early, or it's already Halloween, I don't know. Wait, it is Halloween, right? Oh, I went into it. Ow! running as far as possible. Oh my god, really? That's that. GG. Wow, I love this game. Fuck. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. I'm losing it.
大丈夫ですか？必要なものがあれば補充していってくださいね。
Oh hi, Alyssa is here as well. Do I have enough time to kill this thing? I only have 35 minutes, right? Holy shit, I don't think I have enough time to kill that thing. Am I not doing enough damage at all? I guess the charge chop is not enough. 4.5 minutes. Immediately comes in with the MRV missiles again. Love to see it. How about no? Camera. I'm trolling, I'm trolling. I mean, there's just no chance to attack like 30 minutes. I guess I can only do it with Hunting Horn. Apparently Hunting Horn deals like 10,000 damage. Like, the amount of MRV missiles that we just have to dodge around like this is crazy. Oh, it's a thing, it's a thing. Yeah. Oh, what a clutch heal, holy shit. I don't have enough time, but at least I don't die again. MRV only targets everyone when there isn't someone taking aggro. Alyssa and Fabio sucks then! What are they doing? There's two tanks! Walao, 2 tanks and then they keep no one taking aggro. Walao. Actually pissed. What are they doing? 2 lands. Ay, tío. Will attack aggro more rapid after you grab it the first time in each time. Grab what? Grab the enmity? Brother, 2 lances, they cannot even gather, they cannot even get enmity. Seriously? If a longsword does a billion damage on the head, but a lance pokes it once, the lance gain enmity? But I'm more referring to how the support hunter AI works. Nah, I don't believe it. Like, I won against I won against this thing like twice with Hunting Horn. Has it been close though? I honestly don't know. I'm listening. You did Etiamancer, so now you have like every single one done already? Good attempt now. Yeah. I wanna win at least once. I don't believe it. Look. Okay. Look. Chat. When I bring out the word chat, it means I'm gonna say something serious, okay? Hi. One more try. Alright. Just one more. My hunting horn can do it, I'm pretty sure. Alright. I'm 100% sure my hunting horn can do it, okay? I did it a few times. With hunting horn 2 times actually. Off stream. You know what? My next excuse would be look, I'm streaming and my PC is actually exploding and I cannot see anything that's happening on my screen, so I cannot dodge anything. Oh. The time? What time? I don't know time. Kobo doesn't know how time works. Only Q Omega Planet. Oh, that shot was so good actually. Oh my god, eating under the firework is crazy. Yo, that shot was absolutely crazy. One last time. Alright, fucking Fabius and Alyssa, you two better do your thing, okay? Let's do... I mean, I already did the thing, so let's just quick stop. Grinding till your breaks can actually revert progress, so we should take a breather every so often. Oh yeah, I've been there. I'm still okay. Actually, actual last run now, because, yeah. Like, I'm actually upset, but not to the point where I want to win forever, no! Like, I'm not at that, I don't think I'm at that level of sadness. Oh, was it 2 runs ago? I thought it was the last run that I said the last run. Oops. I just dodged that. Ow. 18% is needed next year according to the roadmap. Oh no, next year? Last quarter update is quality of life clarity. Okay, some revamps but not outright new stuff planned. Oh, I mean they are trying their best with a game like this intricate. It makes sense, right? I understand. Is it here? I'm in the leg, unfortunate. Anyway. Ancient Acorn. Yeah, Moira is like a very small studio. So, yeah. That's that. I don't know where to go. I true. That was really bad. Oh my god. Yeah, that one just wants me to death. I cannot do anything about it. I was like, do I have the enemy team? It's like, oh, I do, okay. That makes sense. Oh, GG, of course it would do that. Thanks. That was so scary. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Two bullshit hit. I should run away from that fire. Don't you like me? What? I don't get it, man, sometimes. What? Why was the two rocket punch aimed at me? I rolled into it, that was so stupid. Game enmity for the first time. Like, even if I aim for the head, I just couldn't. Like, I want to blame so much on Alyssa and Fabius, but they're playing Lens, and it's so hard to even get close to the fucking stupid Omega planet. When that thing just jumps around like a fucking tick all the time, like, what did I expect them to do, you know? Over next year, 2 new player classes, heaps of new monster, new bio, and more boss content. You should nap. Nap sounds good. Right, I got this twice now. I'm so bad. Oh, I'm on my self-destructive mood now. Oh, you have to wake up now. I thought I can stay on the ground for longer than that. Have you eaten there yet? Have you been massaging all night? No dinner yet. I can't. Man, I won against this thing before. Like, why can I not win it now? Yeah, I'm gonna eat, promise. After this one, no matter if I lose or win. I won against it, why can't I not do it now? I don't understand. What is the damage? GG. I tried. She gained MVP first, if you remember. It's the Pranktober again. I feel like even if we put that mustard bomb away, it's not gonna do anything. Like the spider's just gonna jump into the fire always, like, you know. Nice. Better give me enmity. Thank you. Okay. Minutes left. Shit. It's fine, I can have it for a bit. Maybe not. I'm dead now. Yo, fuck you! Oh my god. I don't know if Fabius is actually like becoming the Matt of Wii Sports, but fuck man, I can't win this. I don't know why, like, for the first 5 runs when I use Hunting Horn, nothing is like, there's so many bullshit happening when I was using Hunting Horn for the first 5 hunts. And I thought hunting horn is not the way to go, so I started using other weapons. And then clearly hunting horn is the way to go because the other weapons suck. Okay, I'll take it back. Oh, feels good to finally beat this stupid spider. Ah, yeah. Hijapun. And then I can never get the nodule. Oh. Cannot get the nodule ever? That's a lot of charms though. Evade window. Ooh, this one's good. Ooh, this one is good. Okay. I guess power prolonger is not bad, but one slot is meh. I like the evade window though. At least I did it. After what, 4 hours of hunting? 1 win. Good enough. I think I got that one lucky moment where somehow the spider just not moving at all. And then we get to all well on that thing for like a good solid 5 minutes. Like actual 5 minutes, I feel like. That moment right there helps the hunt. Wins us the hunt, I feel like. Oh, feels good. 1 win is enough, I think. Yeah, that was just one. One throughout the entire session of Monster Hunter. I guess tomorrow we can continue playing some Resident Evil 7. Why not, right? Yeah, I'm feeling hungry now. It is time to go get food. I need food. I'm probably going to be 2D for a good while since Resident Evil 7 is not too intensive, but it is also intensive to the point where my PC can handle opening up all the 3D stuff along with Resident Evil 7. So yeah. Definitely Reborn latest DLC. I'm not even interested in that. I'm not interested because there's no dragon in there. Like I'm actually upset that there's no dragon. I'm not joking. I'm like actually visibly upset. And it's like when the first time I saw the DLC announced, I was like, huh. And then I just somehow lost the entire interest to try the new DLC. I mean, for the past few times it's okay, right? You know, we have the fox, we have the squirrel, we have the owl, we have the red panda. Alright. And then now they come in with a lion and another deer. It's like, huh? Can they really not make a dragon? Well, I'm not gonna say dragon, but scaly? I guess they don't like scalies, you know? It could be why, right? Could be why. Yeah, it's another deer and fucking lion. Hiya. Upset. Well, oh, Nexus is streaming. Holy shit, let's trade Nexus. Oh my god, it Nexus. Holy crap. Okay, I already found a raid target. I'm just gonna plug my things real quick. I have a coffee. And I also have Bernie that's gonna say something. Here, Bernie. Tell them about it, tell them.
I am once again asking
for your financial support.
Thank you, Bernie. Thank you. Oh, what are they playing? RV there yet? Ooh, is this something like the long drive? Oh, that kind of looks like the long drive. Ooh. Wait, I'm gonna go Steam and look at the game. Oh yeah, also Steam is being ultimately very stinky right now. I have a few like popular searches. RV there yet? Number one. I think Steam knows. I think Steam is listening to me. It's like, huh? How is that the first one? Holy shit. Oh, the game just came out? No, 2 days ago. 21st October. Everything looks so chunky. Well, adding that to my wish list. So it's the long drive, but multiplayer it looks like. Anyway, I also have a Discord channel. Boom. And that's my stream stuff over there. And also, we have Dragon Simping Corner over there. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I think. Also the raid message. I haven't streamed for what, 3 days? I think. Because Monday I didn't stream, it was Deepavali. The raid message. We're gonna raid to Nexus because Nexus cool. I mean, Braggy is also streaming. There's also Johnny, there's also Bailey. Oh, there's also Merp. It's like, wow. Oh, there's also Metal that's streaming as well. Wow. But I want to rate Nexus because the chances to be able to rate Nexus is like so low. So, of course, I'm gonna rate Nexus. Hey, I typed in the rate. What time's now actually? Huh? It's already 8:31. Holy. No wonder I'm so hungry. Okay, I'm gonna raid up. So before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. And also know that you guys are heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. And Cobalt loves you, alright? And here comes the raid to Nexus. Yeah. Gonna raid to Dragon. Oh my god. I'm probably gonna press the raid now button since I'm so hungry. Yeah, I feel the hunger and tired at the same time. Maybe I was focusing too hard on that last round. Yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna play some. I'm gonna continue playing Resident Evil 7. I'm gonna continue to get absolutely terrified throughout the entire game. So, yeah, at least I have a shotgun now, which I think I already out of bullet for it. I'm not sure. Probably, maybe. Okay, I'm gonna press the rate now button. So, take care, everyone. God loves y'all. Take care. Bye bye.